Hi, guys.
Good afternoon. Welcome
Chitty
to
chat.
this Monday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. The start of a 4-day stretch for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, racing today through Thursday. No live racing Friday, Saturday, Preakness Day, nor Sunday. But of course, you can watch and wager on the 150th Preakness Stakes here at the First Floor OTB or wherever you might be tuning in. But today, Rachel, 11 races. We've got some thoroughbred action, and then we're closing with 4 maiden stakes quarter horse trials. So that'll keep us busy. And Martha Clausen to handicap for it at the end of the card. Right now under cloudy skies. Main track is fast. Stolson Turf Course down at Fairgrounds. They might be rated good just like we have here on the Caesars course. But the turf rail set at 24 feet here. So turf rated good here in Shelbyville. Caesars week. I mean, racing today, we got all these quarter horse trials.
I got the card right here.
Yeah, the big Caesars Day card.
We
on Wednesday,
drew
right?
such nice fields. We can talk about it after we do the weather. But yeah, definitely crossing our fingers that Macy has some good news for us, because we definitely have a big turf day coming Wednesday.
Yeah, looking forward to Caesars Day. As you mentioned, by the way, speaking of New Orleans, I was just thinking of them the other day. Somebody mentioned about Jazz Fest.
You just got here. Why are you bringing that place?
Well, because we were talking about Jazz Fest. That's why. It had nothing to do with
Do
horse
we have
racing.
a Jazz Fest here?
Jazz Fest. We got some live entertainment. I saw that in the elevator coming up here. Little summer concert series, but also, how about the Pacers?
Oh my gosh, I already
Game 4 up 3-1.
The producer from FanDuel's like, Caleb's on today, and all he wants to talk about are the Pacers, because you're also from Indiana. Caleb's a Hoosier as well. So I was like, say less. I am so excited. Everyone's like, oh, they're overrated. Whatever, dude. It's like, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Go Pacers.
Not you, Macy, though. We know you're reading Macy Tetrick. Let's go downtown. WRTV6's meteorologist Macy Tetrick with a look at the official race day forecast as we kick off Caesars week here at the Shoe. Macy, how's it looking?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, as we start a new week, we do have some rain chances, and some of those rain chances, unfortunately, are today, but it will not be a washout. Just on and off, we'll watch for the possibility of a rain shower and maybe a thunderstorm as well, as it might start to feel a bit more muggy. Temperature-wise, today we're in the mid-70s, falling through the low 70s this evening, so comfortable temperature-wise. We do have some additional rain chances as we look to Tuesday and Wednesday, but good news, looks like we'll start to dry up as we get toward the end of this week. Back to you, John.
All right, Macy, thinking less about the end of the week on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but looking at that Tuesday forecast, again, Caesars Day coming up here on Wednesday. That is a big turf card for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, including the Horseshoe Indianapolis handicap. We've got 4 premier races on Saturday as part of a Caesars Day card here midweek, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, we got the 12th running of the
Swifty
Sired, and that is, listen to this. That is an 11-horse field, and then we've got the Horseshoe Indianapolis. That's there's 14. There's all AEs, so a full horse field, and then the Caesars 1 mile on the turf. Chasing Liberty, 8 horses, and then the 9th is the Sagamore Sired, and we've got 8 in there as well. The favorite, Mondavilla. So super excited. The favorite who is the favorite for this year? The one,
Chasing Liberty.
1-7 clock tower. Yeah, I looked at the overnight, but I haven't looked since the final came out. I just got in, and I'm going to start working on that today.
Brodeur, great goalie back in his time.
Brodeur, a goalie.
Yeah.
Look at Ethan West, our Kentucky Derby trainer, Ethan West, here and putting in for the Caesars.
Chunk of gold. Manny Esquivel, speaking of gold, he's been doing quite well here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Starting just a bit slow, certainly picked up here again. We're in the early stages of this 100-day plus meet here at Horseshoe
been putting him on.
Yeah, Gennaro and also Fernando de la Cruz, Joe Ramos, past champion here, all off to fast starts. But let's go back. We last raced here on Thursday. No live racing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this month, so pretty much the typical schedule even this week during Caesars week. But let's go back. Bijou Baby, this was under jockey Manny Esquivel. Turning for home here in the second race back on Thursday's racing program, and it was Bijou Baby getting the victory for Jamie Grubbs.
Yeah, what a wonderful ride by Manny, and a great payout as well. Not huge prices, but I mean, when you get over $10 on these connections, really, I think it's noteworthy. Manny for Jamie Grubbs, $18.20.
Was that Bijou Baby? I think that
Was
another.
it?
I think that was another.
Oh, that's not it. Oh, that's my fault. Look. I put on there. Sorry, boys.
I think, like,
Oh my gosh, that was a
Bijou baby had red silks.
yeah. Look, see how good you are. How do you remember that?
I just remember that.
Well, because you watched the whole race and call it.
it's
I
like,
get
wait a
it, but
second.
wow. Never mind.
Where
What
we going
about
to- where we
what
going
about?
to
Do we
now?
have race 4? Do we have a second one? I'm so sorry. That was my fault.
Bump of the Night
AB's
came
just
from
following
Last
what
Deferred.
Rachel put on the script. It's like what's that movie? San Diego. Ron Burgundy. If you put it on the teleprompter, he's gonna read it, and that's what happened. I put that it was race 2, and the AV guys were like,
That's what we
"Well,
got
then
here.
it's race 2."
Now I'm pretty. This is
This is
Bijou
it.
baby? No, this
Race
is
4,
Bump-
number 4,
No,
Bump in
no,
the
this
Night.
is Bump in the Night.
This
Yeah,
is Bump in the Night.
Night.
This is his second one. So everybody just forget that happened. He had an $18, $20 winner for Jamie Grubbs. And then in the 4th race, he had Bump in the Night, a $15 winner for Bob Medina.
Yeah, Rachel had a good Mother's Day weekend. So here's Bump in the Night.
Yeah,
Coming to win it.
I
Hope
got
you
to
all
ride
did.
horses. I didn't have to get dressed
I
up.
just
I
saw
got
that.
dirty.
That was cool, right?
Yeah.
He's a great
Awesome.
Instagram
Usually I
stuff.
have to get all dressed up and go to brunch and go shopping like a girl. I got to be a dude this weekend. It was awesome.
Oh, man. Bump in the Night. Manny Esquivel, a couple of wins here on Thursday's racing program. Again, we mentioned that winner, Bijou Baby for Jamie Grubbs. Robert Medina here, $15 Bump in the Night. That was a nice win coming from last to first for Manny. We also wanted to point out.
Yeah, tell us
first
about
time-
Hector.
Yeah, Hector Lazo, one of the top riders in Uruguay. Several riding titles there in the capital. Montevideo, over 1,000 winners here before. But, like a lot of jockeys, testing his hand here, going to give the states a go. He won his first race, U.S. race at Belterra Park on Kentucky Derby weekend. It was their opening day, by the way, there in Cincinnati, and riding here in the Midwest. And then Hector Lazo with this nice winner for Polo Lobo rally. I mean, absolutely flawless ride. I mean,
In race
if you had
7?
that, queued
Do
up.
we have
yeah.
it?
Yeah, he stayed toward the inside part of the course.
There
It's the
it
gray. You can't
is.
miss the gray. Talking about the step and silver. And again, this was Hector Lazo's first time riding over this course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and saved ground. The three-way go early on in the early stages. Found that gap and just finished up nicely.
Looks like
so, yeah,
just
congratulations
loves
to Hector.
the
Yeah.
turf. That horse, you just tell, loves the grass.
Yeah, again, riding there in the capital of Uruguay, Montevideo, over 1,000 winners. And great to have Hector
Impressive.
Lazo getting a victory with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Another one for him here in the States after also winning at Belterra Park, as I mentioned, on their opening day of the season. If you're joining us here on track, and well, casino open 24/7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. There's no Stolison turf course, but there's a Corvette parked right there at the casino. If you want to check that out, one lucky Caesars Rewards player will win this 2025 Corvette Stingray Convertible 2LT on Saturday at the end of this month, the 31st. Stop by the casino. It's open 24/7 and see the car on display and learn more on how to enter. That is a nice set of wheels, Racing Rachel.
Yes, be sure if you haven't already to sign up for a Caesars Reward card. It definitely pays. And you can activate your entries and get all of the information at the Caesars Rewards kiosk. We have one in the OTB, and there are plenty over in the casino. I want to drive that thing
Me
home.
too, yeah.
It's a
100%.
nice one.
Speaking of 100, took the Franklin out of my wallet, gave it to Eric Hallstrom today for the Dooley's Legends contest. That's the top prize here on Monday. We've got contests
Don't
galore.
say that. That's so. There's so many laws broken. I'm gonna get called into HR. Is your track announcer giving money to patrons? Like,
That's a contest.
I know.
Per the rules, we got to come
It's
up with
Dooley's
$100
money.
right there.
We
Dooley's
work it.
Legends.
Yep, we work
Gotta
it
get
out in his contract. Sorry, you get $100 less a day during those days for your contest.
Wait till Brian hears about the BA hat trick.
Oh, yeah. Get your
That's
your
why-
wallet out, BA, because we're really gonna take you out.
That's why Martha Clausen has no contest. She just gives out those quarter horse winners.
Martha's like, I don't want anything to do with having to fund those contests.
Speaking of contests, Road to Champions Day. It's been proving very popular
Yeah,
with the
how
horse players.
exciting.
Yeah, Road to Champions Day, and this is a free
We have
contest.
like over 600 participants or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, averaging just under 700 players a day, and includes $500 in monthly prizes beginning at the start of this month, plus $7,000 in grand prizes on Indiana Champions Day. That's, of course, in the fall, Saturday, October 25th, one of the biggest days of the season here. Plus, how about those coveted NHC seats to get to Las Vegas? Two of those. To those who meet the NHC Tour membership requirements, so just keep that in mind. But points cumulative, 100-day contest, so it's going all the way to pretty much the second to last month of the meet, but we're talking at the end of
Yeah.
October and then a few weeks left in November to close out the meet. But don't forget, you can play at www.roadtochampionsday.com. That's roadtochampionsday.com for all of you online players.
We have so much going on today. We've got a feeder contest on Twin Spires. We've got the Dooley's Legends. Pressbox sent us his picks today, and Louis over here with his new Blood Horse Monday show, which is really, really good, and we're helping to sponsor a few days there. So he's here talking about Caesars Stakes Day and just doing his show live. But yeah, a wonderful day of racing. Super excited for this entire week.
Yeah,
I got my green turf Caesars Day dress ready to go.
Oh, green. It's green on
Last year,
Wednesday?
Eve,
Okay. Green on Wednesday.
Granite's Tony's daughter borrowed it. I got it back.
Okay. Big week here.
Just so
not
everyone
only
knows.
For thoroughbred and quarter horse racing. We got those quarter horse maiden stakes trials today.
Yes.
The final four here on the Monday racing program. Don't forget, of course, Tuesday we've got racing action here, and on Wednesday, and you want to talk about.
Well, what I was just going to say is I'm not going to go over them, but I do want to remind people, because we only have 7, it moves up our pick 5 and pick 4.
Right, exactly.
And I don't
Good
think
point.
we said that at the
Good
very top of the show, which we usually do. I don't want
Because
to
that's
miss
not
it.
part of the quarter horse.
Exactly.
trials.
So yes, that's what we want to make sure to tell you. So if you look, race 3 will start the late pick 5. So you only have the first 3 races. This very rarely happens. So I wanted to mention it to you guys. And then the Itoba late pick 4 will start on race 4. I've got a ticket for that. Brian will go over his early ticket and probably remind you guys that it's in race 3. So be sure to make note of that in your program, because 8, 9, 10, and 11 are those maiden quarter horse overnight stakes trials.
Not a part of that 50-cent late pick 5, nor that $1 presented by
sir.
Itoba late pick 4. Speaking of not represented, Sovereignty not going in the Preakness Stakes here on Saturday.
Did you
As
see
you have a
how
chance to
good
watch and
Sandman
what about
looks?
journalism? How about with journalism?
Journalism
It's still a great
too?
rate, 150th
I
Preakness.
I know. Where did journalism finish? I can't even remember.
Second.
Yeah, he was second. And then Beza was 3rd or 4th, right? I wonder if Beza's running in.
I was just Tastic was 10th.
I'm sorry,
And
honey.
Chunk of Gold. I remember Chunk of Gold too. So
Yeah.
let's go, Ethan. Down the road. But no live racing here, but the doors to the OTB will open early, 9:30 a.m. So if you'd like to check out more racing action, I guess watch it while you can before they demolish Pimlico. That's all going to be raised and rebuilt just like Belmont Park. So a lot of changes going on in thoroughbred horse
I know.
racing.
We just talked about this the other day about that's such a hot topic about the Triple Crown, but someone made a good point the other day, and I think we even said kind of a similar thing. It's not even going to be run at the Belmont. It's not even a true Triple Crown because the
People
race
say the
isn't
same
run.
thing,
Yeah. But then some people are so, it's steeped in tradition. It is the way it is. Never changes the Triple Crown. It's just, I don't know what to think of
There was
this year's.
there was a time they didn't have lights at Wrigley.
Yeah.
Now the Cubs play at night.
Yeah.
Embrace some change.
That's all you need to know. Now the Cubs play at night. If somebody asks me about the Triple Crown, I'm going to say, now the Cubs play at night. That's my rebuttal. End of discussion.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Cubs are going to win today. Thank you to our big sponsors. They're playing the Southsiders, by the way, this weekend.
Nice.
This year, sponsors here of Horseshoe Indianapolis, Brown Foreman, also Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales, back with us in 2025. Terrific customer service and loyalty. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Rachel's on her phone as we speak, dialing up
them right
Murphy
now. I
Trailer
need a new
Sales
trailer.
since 1984. Also, B&H Electric, other sponsorship back with us here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They've got locations around the Hoosier State, also in town. You can reach out to them on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Hubler Ford, a new sponsor with us here in 2025. Indiana's giant Hubler with locations in town and in Franklin. You can reach out to them on the World Wide Web, Rachel, at drivehubler.com. I waited for you all weekend and the truck never
Yeah,
took me.
I reorganized them. I moved them closer. Can you see them now? Oh, there they are. And I put a sign out.
That's as far as you drove them?
Do I need to
Like,
move
up a
it?
few-
There
up
we
a few
go.
feet?
Look at those trucks. They have the full moon roofs. He switched out for that one on the left is even fancier than the one we used to have. Oh my gosh, they're so pretty. If you guys need a truck or anything, I just got my car from there. They're wonderful.
Did you?
Go
Is that
see.
where you
Yeah,
got that from? Oh,
that's
okay.
where I got my Jeep at Hubler. Yep.
Excellent. Stay tuned. Quick commercial break here on this Monday start to Caesars Week edition of Wire to Wire when the show returns. Racing analyst Brian Aragoni. He's gotten out of his Hubler Ford truck. He's in Minnesota. He's here. Brian's everywhere, really. He's just a global phenomenon. And we're ready for him to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5.
Global phenomenon.
Until next, for Racing Rachel, track announcer John Giudice, we kick off the week saying, we're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Corbel, make it gold.
It's a tall task on a Monday afternoon, let alone any afternoon, to follow that quality production on the first half of Wire to Wire. An excellent job done by Rachel and John Dooley as we kick off the early pick 5 in race number 1. But don't forget that late fire 5 begins in race number 3 today. Do not be fooled. You don't have extra time today. In fact, you have less time. 11 races can be a little bit misleading and when that late fire 5 begins, but we'll be on the turf course today. We'll be kicking off those pick 5s in races 1 and 3 and thoroughbred pick 4s in races 2 and 4. And then a very special all-quarter horse pick 4 as well. 26 minutes away. We better get started. Scratch number 5, Holiday Lights, a big scratch out of this race in the opener. And I'm going to go 7, 3, and 1 in no particular order. Strictly the bettors have bet down Bella Francesca off of that 5-1 morning line down to 3-2. The only separation I may be able to find in here is number 7 on the outside, Jay's Naughty Kitten. Another one who's taken a ton of love. I was supposed to get 20-1 on that morning line. But when you do scratch the 9-5 morning line favorite, things certainly change. But I think Jay's Naughty Kitten finds a paceless race in here and one who could get very brave on the front end for Joe Davis and Fernando de la Cruz. 1, 3, and 7 in the first. Race number 2, maiden special weight company in here. We'll be back on the main track for the second race. Does kick off that $1 minimum pick 4. 6 furlongs going to be the distance. No scratches, no changes to be had. A lot of people are going to key in on McMusic along with Good Bar. 3-1 for OXO, a first-time starter. Instagram baby who's got 32 workouts to prepare. Should be well-versed working in the mornings. We'll see how it translates in the afternoon. But I'm going to try Master Mule. I like the experience edge in here for Master Mule. Ignacio Correas could move this one up off Bob Medina, a horse who has been in over his head in his last start, going 7 furlongs at Churchill Downs. He's working well, and no ownership changes. So it's not like a private purchase or a giveaway or anything like that. They've kept this $215,000 son of Army Mule in the same silks, just switching barns. Master Mule certainly has upside. And then Finkel for George Arnold. He's not a guy who's debuted too many here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but a horse who I've been very impressed, in fact, working out great, in my opinion. The mare, she was 2 for 5 with wins at both Santa Anita and Del Mar, and then the lone sibling is 5 for 6 in the money. So breeding is there. The workouts appear consistent, and I like what I see. Edgar Morales, a guy who is no stranger to the Horseshoe Indianapolis Winners Circle, returns today for his 5th mount of the year, looking for his first winner, and I think it could come with Finkel, the firster, who should be well prepared in the second. Step on that beautiful turf course of ours, and race number 3 kicks off that late Fire 5 as well. And it does so with a challenging race in here. I'm going to go 4, 7, and 8. Going to take a stand against Elevated Game, Nolan Ramsey. The Ramseys win races all over the country, but I think they're a bad play in here at 9-5. Shipping in from Gulfstream Park with about 5 weeks rest, getting continued class relief. Wasn't all that long ago. This horse was claimed for $45,000, now in for $12,500. Make what you want of that. Epithium is a horse for course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Has hit the exact in over 50% of the turf tries. And then you've also got the 7 and 8 on Palm Sunday for Joe Davis, Fernando de la Cruz. Those two could be sitting on a big day. And Unified Report for Joe Rocco Jr., Jose Camayo. Second start off the claim, gets back to the preferred surface, but they are winless so far in 9 tries on the turf with 6 second and third place finishes. Race number 4, that Itoba Pick 4 does kick off in race 4 today, and I find race number 4 to be one of the more challenging races in here. I'm going to go 2, 4, 7, take a stand against Me and Chili. I do believe that, using Me and Chili as well at 5-1. Was zapping it out. This race opens up a little bit. The horse that may provide a little bit of separation in this race, well, there's not many. How about the Chaz Recchi Spot on Justice? This horse ran huge at 17-1, went off in an 8-horse field, broke from the outside, broke sharp, dueled all the way down to the 2-path, and won the battle, but ultimately lost the war that day to CJ Storm, who went from last to first. But I like that Spot on Justice put away all the other speed, showed good courage, and stayed on. Gets class relief today. Second start off the claim. That could certainly be a separator in the 4th. The 5th comes the hammer time of the day, and this is more of I didn't know where to go. I'm going to trust the connections in here. The 7-year-old 8-time winner. It's been some time since he's won. However, it's also been some time since he's seen a class level as low as this one. Risk Manager, not all that long ago. In fact, March of last year, running in a Grade 2 race on the turf, comes in off of a layoff, hasn't been seen since March earlier this year. Michael Maker, Joe Ramos, a jockey-trainer combination that wins at 29% here locally, and a very good return on investment. I think the 7-year-old gets win number 9 today on class relief alone. He looks just too classy for this field. We'll see if he's cranked and ready to go at first asking. It's a hammer time in the 5th race. Again, we're going to single where everyone else spreads. The 5th race, most likely the best betting race of the day, if not for the 6th race. I think both races 5 and 6 are completely wide open. That late Fire 5 may start early today, but it is certainly a challenging sequence. Races 3 through 8. We've got 11 for you on a Monday afternoon here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're on a fast a fast main track and a good turf course with that rail setting at 24 feet. John G. Dooley's making his way up to the announcer's booth. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running before you know it. Hopefully, you cash some tickets today. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley just found my program. If you have yours close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Mostly cloudy skies through the 70s. Main track fast and the turf course rated good. Turf rail remains set at 24 feet. In the opening Fillies Mare Sprint, scratch number 5, Holiday Lights. Number 5, Holiday Lights, has been scratched from the Fillies Mares Sprint opener. Start of the early pick 5. On to race 2 we go. Second race to kick off the $1 early pick 4. Maiden 3-year-old dash. Note the 3, Mick Music, is a gelding. Mick Music, the 3, is a gelding in race 2. In the third, one of those today carded for the turf course at this hour. Once again, the turf course rated good. Rail set at 24 feet. In the miles, scratch number 5, Cause a Ruckus. Number 5, Cause a Ruckus, has been scratched from the turf mile. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. In the fourth race, this starts off the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. From the sprint, take out the 3, Monumental Justice, and scratch number 5, Zappin' It. Scratch the 3 and number 5. In the fifth race, another turf mile here on the Monday program. Race 5, all 11 run, no changes in the 414. After the fifth, race 6, maiden sprint. Number 4, More Gold, 2 pounds over the program weight. In the seventh race turf, take out the 8, Solar Power. Number 8, Solar Power, has been scratched. Race 8, the first of 4 trials for the quarter horse maiden stakes over the 350. In the 8th race, number 1, Blue King, Wisconsin, 3 pounds over. Number 9, Flair for the Cash, 4 over. And the 10, Love a Halo, 3 pounds over in the first maiden stakes trial for the quarter horses. In the 9th, number 4, Authentic, 3 over. Number 6, Nayo de Oro, a jockey change to Jose Ruiz. On 6, Nayo de Oro, Jose Ruiz. 7, Felton, 2 over. The 8, KLT, High Dollar Honey, plus 3 pounds. And the 9, Celtic Cartel, 5 over the program weight. In the 10th race, third maiden stakes trial. Again, the quarter horses over the 350. Here, number 3, KLT Furs Flyin', 5 over. Number 4, Ainsley's Joyride, 7 over. Number 5, CC Real Fast, 1 pound over. The 6, Sixes Flyin' Bayou, 3 over. And scratch number 8, JB Corona Me Perry, scratch the 8. Race 11, final maiden stakes trial to cap off the card at 7:08 p.m. Here are the 2, Zooming Friday, 5 pounds over. The 3, Fabulous Diva, 2 over. Number 6, La Spirit Moves Me, and 3 pounds to the listed program weight. Scratch 7, Hoosier Eye Candy, and the 8, Jessica Candy Maker. Scratch the 7 and 8 from the finale. Mostly cloudy. Temperatures through the 70s. Once again, the main track is fast, and the turf course rated good. Turf rail this week on Caesars Week, set at 24 feet today. We'll have the Distaff Sprint opener due off in 10 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for race 1. Kicking off the card with a fillies mare sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch number 5, Holiday Lights. Number 5, Holiday Lights, has been scratched here at the top of the card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. For those wagering, main track fast, turf course good, and the turf rail set at 24 feet. On parade for the Distaff Sprint. 2 minutes away from post time. Just 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5 with the fillies mare sprint. Fast track, you have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rafaela, Hannah Leahy for Michelle Elliott. 6-5, the first favorite. Rafaela. Luis Contreras with Goody Four Shoes has joined Rafaela, loading up. Rainier Arietta with Bella Francesca. Santo Sanjor, My Gal Justice drew 4. Couple in the back. Right now at 11-1, Evan Roman with Sierra Empire at 6 furlongs. Stand by one more. Fernando Little Cruz with James Naughty Kitten. Main track fast to start Caesars Week in the Hoosier State. They're in the gate. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for Jay's Naughty Kitten along with My Gal Justice. Here's an early bid by Rafaela with the rail. Bella Francesca has come out running in 4th. Joined on the outside by Sierra Empire, who's now making strides forward. And after a furlong and a half, Goody Four Shoes trails here in the Monday opener. They go past the half-mile pole with Fernando de la Cruz. Jay's Naughty Kitten narrowly. Rafaela right there toward the inside for Hannah Leahy as they enter the far turn. With My Gal Justice tracking 3rd. Sierra Empire, Bella Francesca, and the trail remains Goody Four Shoes. The opening quarter covered in 23.80 seconds, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Jay's Naughty Kitten leads from at the inside, Rafaela. My Gal Justice 3rd in range. Then a break to Sierra Empire, who strains away in 4th. Bella Francesca, and finally Goody Four Shoes. As these fillies mares come for home, and it's Jay's Naughty Kitten, Rafaela toward the inside, and My Gal Justice kicking on with 1 furlong to go. The half mile is 47.62. My Gal Justice descends on Jay's Naughty Kitten. Rafaela's back into 3rd. Bella Francesca, Sierra Empire's 5th. It is toward the inside. Jay's Naughty Kitten, who just holds My Gal Justice. Jay's Naughty Kitten gets the result from My Gal Justice, kept at bay. Jay's Naughty Kitten on top, Rafaela 3rd, Bella Francesca back and 4th. .113.35 after the distaff sprint. 7-4-1-3 unofficial. 7 Jay's Naughty Kitten. 7-2 first. Number 4 My Gal Justice at 9-2. Always being kept at bay by Jay's Naughty Kitten. 1 Rafaela at even money. First favorite runs 3rd in the sprint, and 3 Bella Francesca at 5-2 getting into the superfecta. Fernando de la Cruz, Joe Davis, daughter of Charming Kitten, was 20-1 on the morning line. Here's 7-2 third choice, Jay's Naughty Kitten in the Fillies Mare Sprint. The result of the first race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, number 7, Jay's Naughty Kitten with Fernando de la Cruz. Jay's Naughty Kitten is a 4-year-old bay filly by Charming Kitten out of Miss Marin by Country Day. Racing 4, Faye Davis, Terry McDonald, owner trainer Joe Davis. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Jay's Naughty Kitten at 7-2 takes out the Phillies Mare Sprint official. First results in. 7-4 exacta paid $57.60. 50-cent trifecta, 7-4-1, $47.55. With Bella Francesca back and forth, the 10-cent superfecta, 7-4-1-3 paid $15.80. Top of the card, 5 was a non-runner. Favorite third. 6 ran fast track, 113.35. On to race 2 we go. Maiden 3-year-old sprint. No scratches, no rider changes, overweights reported. 3, McMusic is a gelding. Note number 3, McMusic, 3 times started. McMusic is a gelding. Race 2 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and starts at the $1 early pick 4. If you're just joining, main track fast. Turf course to start Caesars Week rated good. Turf rail at 24 feet. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:40 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first replay of the day of the Phillies Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Jay's Naughty Kitten. Caesars Week in the Hoosier State. They're in the gate. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for Jay's Naughty Kitten along with My Gal Justice. Here's an early bid by Raffaella with the rail. Bella Francesca has come out running in 4th. Joined on the outside by Sierra Empire, who's now making strides forward. And after a furlong and a half, Goody Four Shoes trails here in the Monday opener. They go past the half-mile pole with Fernando de la Cruz. Jay's Naughty Kitten narrowly. Raffaella right there toward the inside for Hannah Leahy as they enter the far turn. With My Gal Justice tracking 3rd, Sierra Empire, Bella Francesca, and the trailer remains Goody Four Shoes. The opening quarter covered in 23.80 seconds, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Jay's Naughty Kitten leads from at the inside, Raffaella. My Gal Justice 3rd in range. Then a break to Sierra Empire, who strains away in 4th, Bella Francesca, and finally Goody Four Shoes. As these fillies mares come for home, and it's Jay's Naughty Kitten. Raffaella toward the inside, and My Gal Justice kicking on with 1 furlong to go. The half mile is 47.62. My Gal Justice descends on Jay's Naughty Kitten. Raffaella's back into 3rd. Bella Francesca, Sierra Empire's 5th. It is toward the inside. Jay's Naughty Kitten, who just holds My Gal Justice. Jay's Naughty Kitten gets the result from My Gal Justice, kept at bay. Jay's Naughty Kitten on top, Raffaella 3rd. Caesars Week in the Hoosier State, they're in the gate.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
It's back. Vacation at home sale at Family Leisure. Family Leisure has the largest selection of in-stock patio furniture at guaranteed lowest prices. Chat height to bar height and everything in between. Check out our selection of pergolas, pavilions, and other shade solutions. Make a splash this summer with a new swimming pool from America's largest pool dealer. Outdoor kitchens. Buy from stock or design your own. Melt away stress. We've got plenty of spas and swim spas priced to move. Vacation at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
Hubler's got you covered.
DriveHubler.com.
Well, the backers didn't get 20-1, but they did get 960. Jay's Naughty Kitten gets Fernando de la Cruz home a winner on the first race of the week, and it's Caesars week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully the rain will stay away. Be able to have some excellent turf racing throughout this week. We've got 3 turf races today in races 3, 5, and 7. But first, let's kick off that $1 minimum pick 4, 6 furlongs a distance, 3-year-old maiden special weight in here. No scratches, no changes. A field of 6 will go to the gate. I'm going to take a look at a first-time starter named Finkel, a good-looking gray son of Volatile. Drew $85,000 at the Keeneland sale back in 2023. Debuts with Lasix today and is cool, calm, and collected during the saddling process. Edgar Morales, no stranger to Horseshoe Indianapolis, brings his talents to ride for BBN Racing LLC. I think this horse has been working great. I was fortunate enough to see a couple of workouts down at Keeneland. Been working very impressively. The mare, she had 2 wins, 1 win at Santa Anita and 1 win in Del Mar in only 5 starts. And the lone sibling has just picked up paychecks in 5 of 6, been in the trifecta. So I think there's a lot of upside. Currently favored right now. I don't think that'll stick around, as I say, cool, calm, and collected. Gets a little bit skittish down here, doing things for the first time. But a horse who's broken well from the gate in the gate workout, showed good speed, and I think Finkel could be live at first asking. But an experience edge over many in this field would be Master Mule for J&J Stables. A 3-year-old colt by Army Mule, a $20,000 stud fee, drew over 10 times that amount at the FTK sale in October of 2023. $215,000 for this good-looking son of Army Mule. J&J Stables maintains ownerships, but they have switched trainers from Bob Medina over to Ignacio Carreras, another horse who's been working well, doing consistent activity in the morning over at Keeneland. Did try 7 furlongs in a very tough race against Patch Adams, who actually came back to win again on Kentucky Derby Day as well, and then vehemently he's gone on to Stakes Company as well. So Master Mule has run against some tough customers in here. We'll see if J&J Stables and Master Mule appreciate the class relief today, and it shouldn't be overlooked that this horse gets Lasix for the first time. Vincent Chemino brings his talents to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and he is a perfect 1-for-1 when he does so. We'll see if Master Mule can get the job done. But McMusic, the most experienced in this group, goes out for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen and son Keith Asmussen. We'll see if they'll have a family affair in the winner's circle. First time gelded, getting Lasix again. The Oaklawn Park shipper not taking much money at this stage. We'll see how it plays out as we're 6 minutes away from race number 2, kicking off today's $1 early pick 4. You can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the second race. Maiden 3-year-old sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. 3 McMusic is a gelding. Number 3 McMusic has been gelded. Exacted trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, started the $1 early pick 4. 4 minutes to post time. 4 minutes now. Less than 1 minute to post time. Maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. Late scratch on number 1, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, number 1, shoulda, woulda, coulda, has now been scratched here from the maiden sprint. All wagers on 1, shoulda, woulda, coulda refunds. There will be a 7-1 consolation double. 7-1 for a consolation double. Those using 1, shoulda, woulda, coulda, and a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. 7-1 consolation double. Scratch number 1, shoulda, woulda, coulda. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Vincent Chamonix with Master Mule. Twice started as a juvenile last season. Master Mule first in. Now Keith Asmussen with McMusic coming up. Joins Master Mule. Edgar Morales. Finkel debuts. Couple back, Luan Machado with Good Bar, making his bow. One more. Luis Contreras and the second-time starter, Bizarro. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Master Mule, even start. On the outside, there's Bizarro, along with the gray newcomer Finkel, who's narrowly in front. And toward the inside, McMusic now making an early bid. We trail back to Good Bar, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Short lead for Finkel. With Agarellas, Finkel just leads in the middle. On the outside is Bizarro and McMusic right there tight with the rail. Master Mule's running in fourth. It's a break of 5 more. Good Bar trails the maiden 3-year-old quintet past the quarter in 21.81 seconds. They roll inside, 3 furlongs from home, and at the inside, Finkel continues to hold on to a short lead as Bizarro is right there on the outside for Luis Contreras coming toward the quarter pole. Keith Asmussen and McMusic running in third. Then a breakaway to Master Mule running in fourth, and finally, Good Bar. They come for home into the stretch, half mile in 44.78 seconds. Agarellas and Finkel, the son of Volatile, with a 4-length lead as Master Mule is charging hard now for Vincent Chamonix, and Master Mule full on past Finkel. McMusic is third at that one pace, and Good Bar's into fourth. It's Master Mule. Master Mule won by 6 from Finkel. Then McMusic with Good Bar, and Bizarro was last of 5. 109.96 after the maiden 3-year-old sprint. 109.96. 2, 4. Show photo 2. Master Mule 2-1 first. For Finkel at 7-2 was the runner-up. Here's a photo for third. Third's up to the judges. Make Music with Good Bar. Bizarro last to 5. Late scratch on wood. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Refunds due on the 1. 7-1 for that consolation double. Twice started as a juvenile. First up here in 2025 for Master Mule. Vincent Chamano for Ignacio Correas at 2-1. The judges have posted number 3, Make Music, at 3-1 third and 5, Good Bar, 7-5, the favorite fourth home, 2-4, 3-5. Race 2 official in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 2, Master Mule with Vincent Chamano. Master Mule is a 3-year-old bank colt by Army Mule out of the Midshipman Mare, Shippy. Ignacio Correas, the 4th, trains for John Williams J&J Stables. Third time was the charm for Master Mule. Kicks out of the maiden ranks at 2-1. Two for Exacta paid $23.20. 10 cents Superfecta, 2-4-3-5. That 10 cent Superfecta returned $4.29. Good Bar ran 4th. The 50 cent Trifecta, 2-4-3, returned $13.40. 7-2 double, 51.80, and the 7-1, that's a consolation double, 7-1, $12.60. And the maiden, the 1 was a non-runner, refunds. Favorite, 4th, 5 ran, 109.96. 21 minutes away from race 3. First of those today carded for the turf course here at the start of Caesars Week. Caesars Day on Wednesday. Hope you can join us then this week. Scratch number 5, Cause a Ruckus. Number 5, Cause a Ruckus has been scratched from the turf mile. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, and starts at the 50 cent late pick 5. Post time 3:11. Course good. Rilla 24 feet. Indianapolis, they're in the gate. And they're off. Master Mule, even start. On the outside, there's Bizarro, along with the gray newcomer Finkel, who's narrowly in front. And toward the inside, Make Music now, making an early bid. We trail back to Good Bar, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Short lead for Finkel. With Agarellas, Finkel just leads in the middle. On the outside is Bizarro, and Make Music right there tight with the rail. Master Mule's running in 4th. It's a break of 5 more. Good Bar trails the maiden 3-year-old quintet past the quarter in 21.81 seconds. They roll inside, 3 furlongs from home, and at the inside, Finkel continues to hold on to a short lead as Bizarro is right there on the outside for Luis Contreras coming toward the quarter pole. Keith Asmussen and Mimigs running in 3rd. Then a breakaway to Master Mule running in 4th, and finally, Good Bar. They come for home into the stretch, half mile in 44.78 seconds. Agrellas and Finkel, the son of Volatile, with a 4-length lead. As Master Mule is charging hard now for Vincent Chamonix, and Master Mule full on past Finkel. McMusic is third at that one pace, and Goodbar's into fourth. It's Master Mule. Master Mule won by 6 from Finkel. Then McMusic with Goodbar, and Bizarro was last. Indianapolis, they're in the game.
We're on the turf course for races 3, 5, and 7. We kick off an early start to that late Fire 5. Hopefully you're still alive in the early pick 5, still alive in the early pick 4. Kick off the Itoba pick 4 in race number 4. There's a ton of racing action here on a Monday with 11 races. We've got some nice trials later on in the card, but we've got 3 out of our next 5 races on the turf course with some big fields in here, 10 minutes away from the third. Do scratch number 5, Cause a Ruckus. And when I handicapped this race, I thought there was a lot of pace, a ton of speed on paper. The 3 wants to go to the lead, the 6, the 7, the 8, all want to show speed. How about a Pythium? A horse for course in here, not only 5 wins from 46 starts. That's a little bit of a nuisance, in my opinion, for this gray 7-year-old going out for Michael Hayes, who spots his horses well. He doesn't have all that many to spot, so he puts them in spots that they can certainly win. He claimed this one for $10,000. Had a couple of nice seconds last year, picked up some pieces along the way. Did get 1 lone win in 15 tries, but there's a ton of speed in here, and Epithium can fire fresh despite being 7 years old, always runs well fresh, gets some pace to chase in here, and has shown the ability to close fast regardless of the distance here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and somewhat of a horse for course here. 11 starts, 6 finishes in the exacta, 3 wins in 3 seconds. You get Sammy Bermudez, who's winning at 18% aboard Epithium, who's currently favored, but I don't think that's real news. I believe that to be fake news. 5-1 on Epithium, who is drafted or expected to float up to that 5-1 price. Number 7 is also taking a lot of action right now on Palm Sunday for Joe Davis from Fernando de la Cruz. They teamed up for a winner in our first race in post position number 7. And they were 20-1 on that morning line, went off as a 7-2 winner, and they're looking to do the same. 8-1 morning line, currently 5-2 on the board. Fernando de la Cruz is going to be calling the shots, looking for his riding double, along with trainer Joe Davis, and the training double, 2 for 22. But one of those wins did come on the turf course and has speed, breaks sharp almost each and every time, but does not need the lead. In fact, that last win came tracking and stalking from off the pace over at Turfway Park, but has been in good form. The winner last time out, Busk, was an impressive winner here at Horseshoe Indianapolis last week as well. So exits a stronger than it looks non-winners of 3 back on March 21st. De La Cruz and Davis looking for their doubles in here. 5-2 on the board off that 8-1 morning line. But Unified Report may have something to say about all of that. The 4-time winner is winless over the last 2 years. Hasn't seen the winner's circle in some time and has changed hands 3 different times, has been claimed numerous times. In fact, a horse who actually ran in a $100,000 stakes race on Louisiana Derby Day back last year, March 23rd, in the $100,000 race. They showed speed, didn't show much finish. They finished second, beaten by 2.5 lengths, but they were well clear of the third place runner. Strung them out that day, just could not hold off the others. The 6-year-old Louisiana bred looking to do something he has not done for a long time, and that's win. He does have a prep race, as many others in here do not, but he comes in with a little bit of a prep race, and he's looking to get the job done in this spot at a reasonable price of 7-2. But let's take a look at this late Fire 5. Very special late Fire 5 today. Begins in race number 3. Does feature 60% turf races. We're going to go 4, 7, and 8. Our biggest stance is going to be in race number 5. This will be a spot where I single while many will choose to go much deeper. The confidence factor is fairly low, not going to lie. I'm not feeling overly bullish on Risk Manager at 4-1. The 8-time winner gets a ton of class relief, a horse who had consistently been running in grade 2s on the turf in his younger years, but at 7 years old, he hasn't found the winner's circle. He gets a ton of class relief today. And in Michael Maker and Joe Ramos on the turf, I trust. Race number 6 is a separator race, maiden special weight in here, a race that I truly believe you can get some separation from some others. It looks to be a wide open event in that spot. What Now Daddy at 9-5 is a horse that could be any sort. So we'll spread out, try and catch a price. And then in the 7th race, our turf event, 7.5 furlongs going to be the distance on the turf. Another challenging race in there, a race in which could go many different directions. I'm going to use Fantastic Vow. I was very impressed with that sprinting win last time out. Tries the turf for the first time. And then Humble Warrior, but a horse you may not have caught on first attention. How about Looney at 30-1? The Lowers have a winner. They did win with Booming at 33-1, and they've got 30-1 Looney as the Lowers own, train, and bred. This 5-year-old who's looking for win number 3 and start number 24. But they draw the eye of one of our top riders in Alberto Burgos on the turf course. And Looney, despite never winning on the turf, I think he's run some better than it looks turf races. In fact, he actually lost to Jay's Naughty Boy, who we actually just saw win last race. And then he also lost to Jailhouse Justice, who we saw last week win in the first turf race of the season. So Looney is taking on some tough foes despite being winless on the turf. We'll see if they can get the job done today at a bang-up price. 5 minutes from the third as we kick off the Late Fire 5 right here at the Shoe.
The horses call postward now for the third race. The first of those today carded here for the turf course to start Caesars week off. Course rated good, rather 24 feet. A field of 8, scratch number 5, Cause a Ruckus. Number 5, Cause a Ruckus, has been scratched from the Turf Mile, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, start to the 50-cent Late Pick 5. 3 minutes to post time, 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The Turf Mile starts the 50-cent late pick 5 today. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the first of 3 times today, crossing over to the turf course. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the Turf Mile. Laureano Sosa, Long Shadow first in. Javier Padron Barcenas with Gucci Man joined up. Joseph Romero with Hydrofrost. On Palm Sunday, Fernando de la Cruz won the opener for Joe Davis, James Naughty Kitten, and Master Mule, our first 2 winners. Juan Machado with Elevated Game, loaded 9-5 favorite Elevated Game. Joe Rocco Jr. with Unified Report, now Sammy Bermudez with Epimythium. One more, Santos Anjor with Fear and Loathing. Over the mile, course here rated good, rallied 24 feet. Start of Caesars Week. They're in the gate. They're off. Epimythium with toward the inside, Hydrofrost, and here's Unified Report, who's up and after the front for Joe Rocco Jr., and right over toward the rail, set at 24 feet. The Louisiana bred leader, Unified Report, out to the stretch from a close-up Gucci Man, along with On Palm Sunday and Fear and Loathing in the black silks, is wide out to the stretch. Epimethium is a ground-saving fifth. Then on the outside is Elevated Game in the lime green cap. Hydrofrost that gray with the rail. And Long Shadow has dropped back to last. Good turf opening quarter in 23.16 seconds as they go up the back. It's Unified Report. Unified Report dictates terms to Fear and Loathing and Gucci Man. They're a joint second. 3 lengths away to On Palm Sunday, running in fourth. As they make this run past the half-mile pole, Unified Report leads the turf mile. Elevate Game making headway on the outside of Epimethium between horses. Then Hydrofrost and Long Shadow remains last. Unified Report. Half mile, 47.27 seconds. As they enter the far turn, it's Unified Report by 2. 2 between horses, Gucci Man with Fear and Loathing. On Palm Sunday with the rail. Elevated Game is racing some 4 lengths off this leader as they come toward the top of the stretch. Then between horses, Epimethium on the far outside. Long Shadow is picking up but covering a lot of ground. Long Shadow. In the meantime, Hydrofrost is saving ground. Epimethium is back to last into the stretch 3/4 in 1 minute 11.41 seconds. And Unified Report looking to finish them off for Joe Rocco Jr. with a 16th to go. Leads Hydrofrost by 2. On Palm Sunday's running in third. Long Shadow on the far outside, but they're close to home. Unified Report goes wire to wire. Hydrofrost was the runner-up. Long Shadow third. On Palm Sunday finished fourth. $136.67 for the turf mile. Course good, 136.67. 8-2-1-7. The unofficial run order to race 3, first number 8, Unified Report at 6-1. 2, Hydrofrost. 7-2 was second, number 1, Long Shadow. At 11-1 odds third, and 7 On Palm Sunday at 6-1 fourth. Joe Rocco Jr., Jose Camejo's Louisiana bred. Unified Report wires them. The result of race 3 is now official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Unified Report with Joe Rocco Jr. Unified Report is a 6-year-old bay gelding bred in the Pelican State by Unified. Out of Closing Report by Closing Argument, the now 5-time winner is trained by Jose Camejo for Kevin Stedman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Unified Report. Paid 6-1, coast to coast on the turf mile, 8-2 exact and $90.80. The first pick 3 on the card, 50-cent pick 3, combining Jay's Naughty Kitten with Master Mule with Unified Report, 7-2-8, $80.15. 8-1, 50-cent trifecta, $110.30. 2-8 double, $37.60. The 10-cent superfecta, 8-2-1-7, paid $83.57 on Palm Sunday, ran 4th. And the turf mile, 5 was a non-runner, favored 5th. 8 faced the starter, 136.67. There were 2 claims for number 3, Elevated Game. Ran today for $12,500 with 2 claims in. Elevated Game claimed new owner Mark Hickson, trainer Randy Matthews, won a 2-way shake for Elevated Game. In the 4th race sprint, scratch 3 Monumental Justice and 5 Zappin' It. Scratch the 3 and number 5, Exacted Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3 with 4 quarter horse maiden trials at the tail end of the card. Note the 4th race sprint today starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Late pick 4 start with a sprint at 3:41 post time. They're in the gate. They're off. Epimethium with toward the inside, Hydro Frost, and here's Unified Report, who's up and up to the front for Joe Rocco Jr., and right over toward the rail, set at 24 feet. The Louisiana-bred leader, Unified Report, out to the stretch from a close-up Gucci Man, along with On Palm Sunday and Fear and Loathing in the black silks, is wide out to the stretch. Epimethium is a ground-saving 5th. Then on the outside is Elevated Game in the lime green cap, Hydro Frost that gray with the rail, and Long Shadow has dropped back to last. Good turf opening quarter in 23.16 seconds as they go up the back. It's Unified Report. Unified Report dictates terms to Fear and Loathing and Gucci Man. They're a joint second. 3 lengths away to On Palm Sunday, running in 4th. As they make this run past the half-mile pole, Unified Report leads the turf mile. Elevate Game making headway on the outside of Epimethium between horses. Then Hydro Frost and Long Shadow remains last. Unified Report. Half mile, 47.27 seconds. As they enter the far turn, it's Unified Report by 2. 2 between horses, Gucci Man with Fear and Loathing. On Palm Sunday with the rail. Elevated Game is racing some 4 lengths off this leader as they come toward the top of the stretch. Then between horses, Epimethium on the far outside. Long Shadow is picking up but covering a lot of ground. Long Shadow. In the meantime, Hydro Frost is saving ground. Epimethium is back to last into the stretch 3/4 in 1 minute 11.41 seconds. And Unified Report looking to finish them off for Joe Rocco Jr. with a 16th to go. Leads Hydro Frost by 2. On Palm Sunday's running in 3rd. Long Shadow on the far outside, but they're close to home. Unified Report goes wire to wire. Hydro Frost was the runner-up. Long Shadow 3rd. On Palm Sunday finished 4th. They're in the gate.
Today's real special Racing Rachel and special guest Louis Raveau. Louis was here today because we got to deal with him for his new Monday podcast. We got to shout it out. It's a great I've listened to it. The Blood Horse Show.
Yeah.
And you know how busy I am. So for me to turn on your show on my way, you feel special, don't you?
Much specialness. Yes.
Much specialness.
Blood Horse Monday. Yeah, check us out every Monday evening, essentially. It's a week-long podcast. It works out.
Yeah, we were talking about Caesar's Day and just what a great, that it came up. But we are getting a little bit of rain here. So
it is a race day in Indiana. So
it is.
It has to rain, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
light rain just for the next probably 45 minutes off and on.
Colts games, Pacers games, those are indoors. Sunny skies all day.
Oh, yeah.
It has to rain.
The indoor sports, it's beautiful outside.
No
The second we have an outdoor sport in the state, Mother Nature just decides, let's go with a 7 here on top for me and Louis. But guess first in this claiming for 7,500, 6 furlongs, the 3, the 5's out, and Flower Pecker we both have on top here.
Yeah, you mentioned the 5 being out. I thought would have been the pacemaker in this spot, but instead we get the 7, who's very happy to be on the front as we get a bit of moisture in this track.
Light rain,
This is a horse that's 10 times in its career out of 15 runs been on the wet surface, so actually a third of its lifetime runs have been on a wet go. He doesn't care at all is exactly right. 3 wins, 4 seconds, and 3/3 for the 7-horse Flower Pecker in this spot. Sammy Bermudez keeps them out here, was on this horse at the $5,000 level, is stepping up into 7,500 here, but the splits last time, Rachel, I do think make a lot of sense in this spot.
I don't blame you one bit for Cielo Azul, but there's a little bit of everything for some of these runners. I think from what's left, everybody has a little bit of a chance here, a pretty good chance. But early speed for the 4, Cielo Azul, Oscar Villarreal riding for one of our top trainers, Tim Eggleston here.
We saw this one just run out of gas at the last moments in its last race. Frankly, I think today, second off the bench here in a much better spot. That's a 22% angle for Tim Eggleston in a very, very healthy sample size here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So look for this one, second off the layoff here, a little bit more legs underneath him. And frankly, that last one was in that optional claiming 10,000 sort of ranks. Drops a little bit into 7,500 here, but I thought did most of the work there. On a sloppy course, by the way, too, was not bothered by wet go. Should be okay today as well.
Yeah, and then we're going to, I put in my exacta. You've got it in for your try. 7-5 favorite on the 2. Spot on Justice. Louis Contreras aboard for Chaz Recchi. She does a good job with her horses. And this one went off a first win at the end of the meet, and then first out, second place finish for 2025. I think that says a lot.
Yeah, 22 runs at this track. One of these Indiana lifers for sure. But of course, 12 times hitting the board and 22 runs at the track as well. Look, Louis Contreras, a really, really nice start here at Horseshoe in this meet as well. Seems to really enjoy riding here. That connection with Chaz should be one to watch moving forward. But I think in this spot, this horse ran well enough last time. Should get a good trip today as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 7-2-8. You've got 7-4-2 in this race. We didn't mention me and Chili. It's 13-1 right now on the tote board. Oh, just went down to 11. Was one of the longer shots other than the one, obviously. But Brittany Trox still coming in to ride. Bug Rider, she's been in Florida. She's doing a really good job. Israel Garcia owns and trains the 6-year-old gelding, coming off a second place finish at 5.5. Now, that was at 5. We're up to 7.5, but I do like this one who has kind of a very laid back running style, isn't going to be perchance right there on the lead, but should be kind of pressing the pace. Wet dirt, couple of thirds.
Yes.
We don't want to, if you want to sweeten up the try, throw in the 8 maybe with the 3-2 on top, don't you think?
Well, I think the other part of this is most of the recent runs have been routing. This horse is getting back to sprinting, which seems to be something that she wants to do, or he wants to do, in this spot. So, yeah, no, I think the sprint angle here makes a lot of sense.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just 5 minutes to post here. We're just getting a little bit of spotty rain back and forth. We'll keep you abreast of the details going forward. I'm sure Tony will text me. Tony Martinez, our wonderful track man, will text me if anything changes, and we will be sure to put it out to you ASAP. But both of us on Flower Pecker here. Louis is going to join me for the next race, too.
That's true.
Good luck.
Parading for the fourth race sprint over the 6 furlongs. Here a field of 6. Scratch 3, Monumental Justice, and the 5, Zappin' It. 3 and 5 both have been scratched. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3, and here the start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the sprint. Start to the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Less than 1 minute. Late scratch was the 9-5 favorite for Cielo Azul. Now ordered scratched from the sprint by order of stewards. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, scratch. The for Cielo Azul was 9-5. All wagers on 4 Cielo Azul refunds. There will be an 8 and 4 consolation double. 8-4 consolation double. Those using number 4, Cielo Azul, in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any of those multi-race wagers. Scratch number 4, Cielo Azul. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Jose Gutierrez with Amicable. Luis Contreras, Spot on Justice coming up. Eva Money, Spot on Justice. Joins Amicable. Late scratch on 4, Cielo Azul. The 4's a non-runner. Fernando de la Cruz with Binge. Now Simmer Bermudez, Flower Pecker, a last out winner. One more, Me and Chili. Brittany Truxtell claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance. Has 11 career rides. This will be a first win. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for Flower Pecker with Me and Chili in the green silks. Binge between horses. Nearest the inside, Spot on Justice and Amicable trails. After 1 furlong, it's Flower Pecker. So with Simmer Bermudez, the 11-time winner, Flower Pecker just leans. Nearest the inside, Spot on Justice, who's pressing now Flower Pecker as they dash past the half-mile pole head-to-head. While 3 clear from Binge, Me and Chili on the outside, and Amicable remains last to the quintet. The opening quarter in 22.25 seconds. Flower Pecker in a battle with Spot on Justice toward the inside for Luis Contreras. Flower Pecker narrowly nearest the inside, Spot on Justice with Me and Chili looking to close in now for Brittany Truxtell. Toward the inside is Binge, put to a ride by Fernando de la Cruz and into the hands of Jose Gutierrez. Amicable is last. They turn for home, and here's Me and Chili coming with a sweep. Flower Pecker between horses, and toward the inside, Spot on Justice, the half mile in 44.50 seconds. It's Me and Chili, 1 furlong away for Brittany. Me and Chili is starting to pull away from Flower Pecker, and toward the inside, Spot on Justice third. It's the moment of the day. Brittany Truxtell with her first career win. Me and Chili reports home by 4 from Flower Pecker. Spot on Justice finished third. $110.84 after the sprint. 8.72 and then a photo 8. Me and Chili. 9-5 first for a memorable moment. 7 Flower Pecker. At 6-5 was the runner-up to Spot on Justice. 2-1 third. This was Brittany Truxtell's 12th career ride. It's a first win for Brittany today at the shoe. The judges have posted number 6, Binge, fourth, 8-7-2-6. It's the moment of the day for Brittany Troxdell, scoring her first career victory. Comes here today for Israel Garcia and the 6-year-old son of Lantana Mob, Mian Chili, giving Brittany her first career win. Always a racing moment to remember. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 8, Mian Chili. Mian Chili is a 6-year-old bank gelding by Lantana Mob out of Coronado Crown by Henny Hughes. Owned and trained by Israel Garcia. Brittany Troxdell with her first career win. Partnering Mian Chili in the sprint. Race 4 official. The 8-7 exacta paid $10 even. Binge back in fourth, 10-cent superfecta. 8-7-2-6 coming back, $2.15. 2-8-8 50-cent pick 3, $64.05. 50-cent trifecta, 8-7-2, $3.60. 8-8 double, $55.60. 8-4 consolation double for an even $13. 5 ran, 110.84 after the running of race 4. Congratulations again to Brittany for her first career win. To race 5 we go. The second of 3 today carded for the turf course here. Start to Caesars Week in the Turf Mile. All 11 run, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, post time at 19 minutes at 4:10. They're in the gate. The Rolfin sprinting. Fast start for Flower Pecker with Mian Chili in the green silks. Binge between horses. Nearest the inside, Spot on Justice and Amicable Trails. After 1 furlong, it's Flower Pecker. So with Simmer Bermudez, the 11-time winner, Flower Pecker just leads. Nearest the inside, Spot on Justice, who's pressing now Flower Pecker as they dash past the half-mile pole head-to-head. While 3 clear from Binge, Mian Chili on the outside, and Amicable remains last to the quintet. The opening quarter in 22.25 seconds. Flower Pecker in a battle with Spot on Justice toward the inside for Luis Contreras. Flower Pecker narrowly nearest the inside, Spot on Justice with Mian Chili looking to close in now for Brittany Troxdell. Toward the inside is Binge, put to a ride by Fernanda Leta Cruz, and into the hands of Jose Gutierrez. Amicable is last. They turn for home, and here's Mian Chili coming with a sweep. Flower Pecker between horses, and toward the inside, Spot on Justice, the half mile in 44.50 seconds. It's Mian Chili, 1 furlong away for Brittany. Mian Chili is starting to pull away from Flower Pecker, and toward the inside, Spot on Justice third. It's the moment of the day. Brittany Troxtell with her first career win. Mia Chili reports home by 4 from Flower Pecker. Spot On Justice finished third.
9 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good thing I kept that 8 in there. Gee whiz, Brittany. You said it was the best long shot. You said it was the best long shot.
For sure, but also, how often do you get to be at the track when someone breaks their personal maiden? So congrats to Brittany, spectacular stuff.
Man, don't you just love watching them get her with the baby powder? I love it.
Underrated part of horse racing is the baptism after one actually crosses the line for the first time. So yes, absolutely spectacular.
The 5th race is a 3-year-old and up starter optional claiming for $20,000 a mile on the grass. The 6th risk manager is both Louis and I's top selection here at 3-1, as the current favorite is the 1 who Louis has in is his exacta. But risk manager Ramos up for Mike Maker. Nice speed figure last time. That was on the turf at Fairgrounds. Has a little freshening coming up.
A little freshening for sure. The other part of this is, look, once in a while we see the tag and we think, oh, this horse might not be in this for the right reasons. I think this one just fits.
Yeah, he does.
It just fits here at $20,000, and I think that's a fair price for this horse if you did want to claim risk manager in the spot. Been running most recently at Fairgrounds, but does have 2 times hitting the board in 2 runs at Horseshoe Indianapolis previously. Leading on a hot rider, Joe Ramos.
His sire, looking at lucky, fun fact, won the Indiana Derby as well. Bob Baffert trained. Let's go to, you want to know why I remember that? It was my very first Indiana Derby. The one you never forget.
That's a good way to remember. It's like Brittany's first win. You don't forget your first
don't
Derby.
forget.
You don't forget your first win.
And the first time I met Bob Baffert, when I really didn't know who he was, and I was like, why does this guy have sunglasses on inside? And everybody was like, Rachel, shut up. That's Bob Baffert. And I was like, what? I don't get it.
He's like every old Cuban woman in South Florida, just always has the sunglasses on. That's right. Yeah, no, that's right.
The 1, kitted in, Evan Rome on aboard. If you go back to Ellis, had a nice second routing on the turf back last July, so I don't blame you at all for this.
Just tons of experience too, right?
Yeah.
And this is the kind of horse we get an honest effort every time. He's run twice this year as a 6-year-old gelding, hit the board both times, including a win last out at Turfway Park at the 12-5 level. And so yes, we're stepping back into higher level competition here, but this is a horse that's seen a little bit of everything. He's running the Kentucky Cup Classic, the Prairie Bayou, both of those at Turfway Park. Has been running at lower levels since then, but has already almost made $28,000 this year. So no, Kidderdan stands out as a horse. You know you're going to get an honest effort, one to include for sure.
And we're showing our very Midwestern weather, as now it is sunny and gorgeous out after some rain. The 5.
Look at that American flag looking just shiny and blowing.
It really does. It looks great. The 5 leading the charge. I put in my exacta spot. Louis rounds out his trifecta. Orlando Mojica up for Chris Block. And Chris is 21% off this layoff. Now 8 months, question mark. What are your thoughts there? Because I looked at this and I thought, you know what? I don't blame you for putting your try. Probably the same reason why you did is why I put it second to the 6.
Yeah, this is a horse we've just seen win over half his starts at Horseshoe in 15 races. It's a massive sample size.
It
so
is.
to leave this one out, I think would be a mistake. Went over 3, as you mentioned last year, but a lot of those were against higher level competition than this. We're dropping back in 220 in this spot. 8-year-old gelded son of Sun Tracer. I just think he's a gamer, and if Orlando Mojica is on, I trust him in this spot.
Yeah, I told everybody when I was on FanDuel that if it rained like a lot, and we got off the turf, I like the 9. But on the outside of that horse, the 10 and the 11 interest me a little bit at a price. I like the 10 a lot at 9-1 now and later. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard here for Tony Granitz. Just saw him downstairs. His daughter Eve is helping Samantha take pictures today for Cody, so very happy to see that. This one coming off a win in March, so a while back, but it was on the turf. It was going a little bit longer there at Fairgrounds, but if you go back to mile turf try, only beaten by 2 lengths for 3rd. That was back in October. So definitely an interesting one, but I do like that since we didn't get a ton of rain and we are on the grass, if you want to take a little bit of a long shot, I got the 10 in there.
Well, you mentioned the 11 as well in Kentucky Ghost on the outside. I see that one circled in your program. This is a fascinating one because 18 times out of 36 career runs, this horse has at least hit the board in 36 career
almost
turf
700
races. This
grand.
is a really salty race, frankly. If you're an
It
exacta
is.
player, there's a lot of options here as far as who you might want to put first or second in this spot. Kentucky Ghost, if this horse hits the board, you and I are not surprised. This is already this horse's 6th race this year. Hit the board 4 times in 5 runs. If you want one that's just a gamer, just going to knock heads, the 11 on the outside here, Kentucky Ghost, might be for you.
And look how, this guy is 8 years old. Look at him. He is gorgeous.
How
He's
professional, too, right? You watch him in the paddock, he knows exactly what
filled
he's
out
doing.
nicely.
No one's worried. Look how casual they are around him because they just know.
Yeah, he
he's gonna
knows
show up
he's
that way
classy.
for
You
sure.
don't have to get out of his way. He's not going to get anybody. He knows what's going on. Old veteran, 6'5", 10 for me, 6'15" for Louis here in the 5th race, which I couldn't agree with you more, Louis. This is definitely
I sent
the
my
toughest.
buddy this race.
You did?
And said, check out this race. It's that salty. I like it.
Normally, FanDuel will say, "Hey, what race do you want to cover today?" And I was looking at it, and if I'm on with Caleb, I always let Caleb pick because he picks the best races, and he always has great insight and stuff. And I was like, you know what? They were like, "No, you pick today," and I was like, "All right, I like the 5th." And when I got on, and Caleb said, "This was my favorite race," I was like, "Dang, touch you twice, Rachel." Thank you, confirmation. 3 minutes as jockeys are getting the leg up, and horses are headed to the track here for the 5th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Now in the sunshine. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen.
The horses call Postford now for the 5th race. Here the starter turf mile, a field of 11. No program changes, all 11 run parading. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Do it 4-11. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute now to the turf. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the starter turf mile. Evan Roman with Kiddodan. Up and in. Joe Ramos with Risk Manager drew 6. There's Risk Manager. Joins Kiddodan. Irving Moncada with Business Model. Santo Sanjor Partners Speed Warning. Facing up to the gate at 45-1 odds Speed Warning. Yamari Correa with Stride. Alberto Burgos, Leave It to Kitten coming up. Angel Serper with Hard Mission. Drew 8 here, all 11 run. Of course, good rally 24 feet at the start of Caesars Week. Moonstrike, Fernando Leto Cruz has a win on the card. Orlando Mexica with Leading the Charge. Couple in back, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Now and Later. One more, Over the Mile. Oscar Villarreal with Kentucky Ghost. Kiddodan, 2-1 favorite. Here comes the 5th. All in line. Ready? And they're off. Between horses, Leave It to Kitten with the grain leading the charge. Nearest the inside is Speed Warning, who's taken a short early lead as Moonstrike comes up with a bid with Santo Sanjor. Speed Warning leads them to the first turn in front here by 3 lengths from Moonstrike. Nearest the inside is Stride in third with Leave It to Kitten fourth, leading the charge in fifth. Kiddodan and the Red Silks is running in sixth out to the stretch. Outside Kiddodan is Kentucky Ghost. Then toward the inside, Hard Mission as they go to the back of the course. Risk Manager follows Hard Mission. Then toward the inside is Business Model, and Now and Later has drifted back to 11th and last. The first two of 8 furlongs, good turf in 22.91 seconds. Speed Warning taking them right along for the run to the half-mile pole in front of Moonstrike by 4.5. Break it 2 to Stride, running third, leading the charge fourth here in the turf mile. Then comes Leave It to Kitten. Kiddodan making headway with the rail there at 24 feet. Kentucky Ghost snatches back off of tight quarters. Risk Manager in the clear but coming wide. Then Hard Mission, Business Model remains 10th in the the trailer still now and later. Half mile, 47.19 seconds. It's speed warning. Looking to make every yard here at 12-1 as Moonstrike starts to close in for Fernando de la Cruz past the quarter pole. Speed warning and Moonstrike as they straighten up. And Risk Manager, steady headway on the outside, leading the charge between horses. Stride with the rail. 3/4, 1 minute 11.11 seconds. Speed warning's a furlong away. Stride, Moonstrike leading the charge on the outside. Risk Manager, Kiddo Dan is next as they come inside the final 16th. And here's Risk Manager with Stride. They close on Speed Warning and Kiddo Dan on the outside for Evan Roman. Kiddo Dan just mowed them down. Kiddo Dan in the final strides from Risk Manager, Stride, and Speed Warning. $135.86. Good finish to the starter turf mile. Photo finish where it was 5-2 on Kiddo Dan. Evan Roman, Brendan Walsh, a 5-2 home. 135.86. Hold on until official. $1,632 from the judges. 1 Kiddo Dan. 5-2 confirmed first. Over 6 Risk Manager. 3-1 second. 3 Stride. At 33-1 getting into the trifecta. 4th to the 2 Speed Warning at 12-1. Kiddo Dan is on a point of entry. 5-2 co-favorite starts the next pick 3. The result of the 5th race official. 5-2 joint favorite. The 1 Kiddo Dan. Into the Murphy trailer sales. Winner's circle, the 1 Kiddo Dan comes with Evan Roman. Kiddo Dan is a 6-year-old big gelding by point of entry. At a divine presence by AP Indy. Evan Roman here for Brendan Walsh and Pocket Aces Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the now 8-time winner, Kiddo Dan takes out the starter turf mile. Results and prices after race 5. The 1-6 exacta paid $26.80. 50-cent trifecta, 163, $103.55. 8-1 double, and even $20. Speed warning 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 1632 paid $151.60. 50-cent pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. 8 with the 8 with the 1. Pick 3, $81.55. The $1 early pick 4. 2 with the 8 with the 8 with the 1. Kiddo Dan, $630.30. And the 50-cent early pick 5. Daily kicks off on the 210 opener. 5 of 5 for $3,483.95. And the starter turf mile, Kiddo Dan was a co-favorite. Paid 5-2. All 11 ran. 135.86. Good rail at 24 feet. Race 6. And the maiden sprint. No scratches, all 11 run. No rider changes. For more gold, 2 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3, post time in 18 minutes. Do it for 42. And they're off. Between horses, Leave It to Kitten with the grain leading the charge. Nearest the inside is Speed Warning, who's taken a short early lead as Moonstrike comes up with a bid with Santo Sanjor. Speed Warning leads them to the first turn in front here by 3 lengths from Moonstrike. Nearest the inside is Stride in third, with Leave It to Kitten fourth, leading the charge in fifth. Kiddo Dan and the Red Silks is running in sixth out to the stretch. Outside Kiddo Dan is Kentucky Ghost. Then toward the inside, Hard Mission as they go to the back of the course. Risk Manager follows Hard Mission. Then toward the inside is Business Model, and now and later has drifted back to 11th and last. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, good turf in 22.91 seconds. Speed Warning taking them right along for the run to the half-mile pole in front of Moonstrike by 4.5. Break it 2 to Stride, running third, leading the charge fourth here in the turf mile. Then comes Leave It to Kitten. Kiddo Dan making headway with the rail there at 24 feet. Kentucky Ghost snatches back off of tight quarters. Risk Manager in the clear but coming wide. Then Hard Mission, Business Model remains 10th, and the trailer still now and later. Half mile 47.19 seconds. It's Speed Warning looking to make every yard here at 12-1 as Moonstrike starts to close in for Fernando de la Cruz past the quarter pole. Speed Warning and Moonstrike as they straighten up, and Risk Manager steady headway on the outside, leading the charge between horses. Stride with the rail. 3/4 1 minute 11.11 seconds. Speed Warning's a furlong away. Stride, Moonstrike leading the charge on the outside. Risk Manager, Kiddo Dan is next as they come inside the final 16th. And here's Risk Manager with Stride. They close on Speed Warning, and Kiddo Dan on the outside for Evan Roman. Kiddo Dan just mowed them down. Kiddo Dan in the final stride.
what a horse race that was. The two that lingered near the back finished the strongest, and it's Kittadon who gets the job done. That is why turf racing is the best, and we've got plenty of turf action coming up for you this week with Caesars Stakes Day, an unbelievable day of racing, both on the turf and the main track on Wednesday. But we've got another turf race in race number 7. We'll go back out to the main track for the upcoming 6th race. Does offer a pentafecta, rolling superfectas, trifectas, daily doubles, pick threes, whatever fits your fancy for this 3-year-old state bred maiden special weight. 6 furlongs the distance, no scratches, no changes. In the upcoming 6th race, I thought this was potentially the best betting race of the day, and I'm going to try a long shot. Good betting race means I'm not settling for anything low priced. How about Rock City Kid? Now, I may be looking into something and there's just absolutely nothing there, but I have never forgiven Shannon McGovern for knocking me out of a ticket at about $1,000,000 to 1, and when they teamed up, I promised myself to always pay attention when these two do team up. They win at 18%. Their ROI is $2.08, very impressive, and for South Point Farm, they usually run well. This is a horse that took some action in what I believe to be a live maiden special weight event. Went off at 7-1 on debut in an 11-horse field. Now, they never really got into it that day. Didn't show much, kind of faded late, were evenly throughout. But I like that Prescott continues to keep them out, a horse that took some action on debut and maybe just needed a race. Now, there are a lot of first-time starters in here. We've certainly got an experience edge over the rest of this field. We're favorably drawn to the outside, and they come back with not one but 2 good workouts, another workout from the gate as well. And Rock City Kid just has a ton of upside in here. These are connections that do win races, and when they do, they usually come at a decent price. And maybe I'm not all that excited about what I see with the first-time starters, at least from a breeding standpoint. No one's jumping off the page right now, getting hammered like they can't lose, or that someone has been dazzling in the morning. So why not Rock City Kid with an experienced edge over the rest of this field from a Shannon McGovern and Rodney Prescott trying to team up again? And you know, the 3-year-old is feeling good by Pataki Kid when they do have 2 workouts since that debut. 6-1 on the board. Hopefully we get somewhere near that 12-1 set by the Morning Line Professional. Another horse that has an experienced edge over many in this field is the 5-year-old, yes, CV Ronan Legacy in post position number 3, is 5 years old, making start number 8. Now, being 5 and being a maiden isn't a claim to fame by any means, but Campos Family Ventures wins their fair share of races, and when they do, they usually do so at a price. This is another one who could be overlooked in here and has shown very nice speed, both on the turf and the dirt. And off the layoff last year, off of a 2-year layoff, went off at 18-1, broke sharp, cleared, opened up at the top of the lane, and literally looked like a 19-1 winner when, for some reason, they just gave way and were lost the rider. They were coming home, and about 10 yards past the wire, it looked like something you'd see on ESPN Bad Beats. That day, Reyes fell off, and CV Ronan Legacy is now a maiden continuously since that start. Hopefully they can show that good early speed, get a little brave on the front end, and 10-1 on the 5-year-old looking for the first career victory. Of the first-time starters, I thought Batesville looked the most intriguing. The 3-year-old Skylord Chestnut Gelding for Ethan West. Alex Ashard picking his spots nicely. He's winning at 14%, but he's hit the board in a much higher percentage than that. This one's been blowing holes in the wind, whether it's over at Turfway Park or here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The bullet out of 46 on May 6th. Very quick. The mare, Pappy Heist, she was unraced. She hasn't produced anything as it relates to racing foals so far. This is the second one. The first one was Village of Spires. So Batesville will be the first one to make it to the racetrack for Todd K. Wilson out of Pappy Heist, and could be any kind in here. Ethan West does a very nice job with first-time starters, winning at 15% and a decent ROI as well. 5-1 on Batesville. That's the most intriguing first-time starter that I see, but I think the experience plays a big edge in here with CV Ronan Legacy and Rock City Kid. Am I onto something, or is this just completely a wide-open event? We are set to find out 4 minutes from now. 11 of them will go to the gate. 1 will return a maiden no more, and hopefully it's you returning to the window.
Horses stepping onto the track now for the sixth race. Maiden sprint at 6 furlongs. A field of 11. No scratches, no rider changes. 4 more gold plus 2 pounds. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute to the maiden sprint. Once again, we're less than 1 minute away from post time. That's CV Ronin Legacy over there at the 3/8 pole. A long way from the rest of the pack of maidens. CV Ronin Legacy made his way to the 3/8 pole with the outrider. Due off. There's CV Ronin Legacy. Will be making his first run of 2025 with the outrider CV Ronin Legacy being led back to the rest of the herd. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate, loading for the maiden sprint. Hanalehi with Bigly Huge. Bigley Huge, first in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Mackey. Join Bigley Huge. Now Batesville debuts Alex Ashard for Ethan West. The Hillcrest 6 stable newcomer, Batesville. Joel Albarno's with Buster B making his bow. Here, all 11 run. Joseph Romero with CV Ronin Legacy. Rodney Prescott, Rock City Kid drew 8. Rock City Kid has moved in. Alvin Jimenez with more gold. Henry, Fernando de la Cruz on the Monday scoreboard here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we're about 8 minutes past due, and now they're backing them out of the starting gate. So there's a horse that flipped in the starting gate. The track veterinarian at the 6 furlong start here before the maiden, now on the walkie-talkie to the stewards. So stand by for official confirmation. Jockey Alex Ashard looking on, the crew working here with Batesville. Stand by. Late scratch number 2, Batesville, confirmed by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 6 furlong start. After flipping in the gate, 2 Batesville now ordered scratched here. All wagers on 2 Batesville, refunds. There will be a 1 and 2 consolation double. 1-2 consolation double. Those using 2 Batesville in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Starter Ray Cook and his crew. They've moved the gate to gate 2 for Batesville. Looking to get this first-time starter out of the starting gate. Late scratch on 2 Batesville, a delay. With a lot of concerned eyes looking on toward that 6 furlong start, Batesville back up to his feet. So Batesville, a late scratch in the hands of the gate crew. Scratch 2, Batesville. Reloading for the maiden sprint, Bigly Huge first back into the gate. Mackey reloads. Back up comes CV Ronin Legacy. Buster B in the pink. Buster B, more gold. Rock City Kid. Rock City Kid going back into line. Henri. Luis Contreras with the first time starter. What now, Daddy? Like Henri, both here in the maiden for Randy Klopp. Now Henri, the gray. What now, Daddy? Facing up to the gate. At 6 furlongs, a couple of them back. Tank walk. Evan Roman running for a double on the card. So now one more. Officer Gamble, Santo Sanjor for Shauna Martin. Heard Horseshoe Indianapolis running late after the scratch on to Batesville. All in. We're off and sprinting. Tank walk was sharply away with Officer Gamble on the far outside. Right there is Rock City Kid, and the first-time starter, What Now Daddy, is also prominent. CV Ronin Legacy in the orange cap. So it's Rock City Kid narrowly for Rodney Prescott. What Now Daddy second and close up. CV Ronin Legacy running a third. Tank walk is fourth. More gold in fifth. After breaking sharp, Officer Gamble is a wide sixth. The gray is Henri looking to split horses past the half-mile pole. Mackey is next. Then Bigly Huge and beaten for speed. Buster B is dropped back to last. The quarter 22.48 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. It's Rock City Kid paving the path around the far turn with What Now Daddy second on the outside. CV Ronin Legacy as a handy third. Tank walk fourth and drawing in. Henri showed speed but has dropped back. Officer Gamble on the far outside. Then more gold with Mackey, Bigly Huge, and Buster B yet to pick up as these maidens turn for home. Rock City Kid into the stretch. Half mile 45.84 seconds with the rail for Rodney Prescott. Rock City Kid is a furlong away. In front here with a 4-length buffer zone. Out CV Ronin Legacy and Tank Walk continues to charge hard. Officer Gamble's fourth. What Now Daddy fifth, and left back, it is Rock City Kid. Rock City Kid finishes on top by 4 from Tank Walk. Officer Gamble third, CV Ronin Legacy fourth, and What Now Daddy finished fifth. What 11.84 after the maiden. 8-10. 11.39 runs fifth for the Pentafecta featured. 8. Rock City Kid. 5-1 first. 10 Tank Walk. 4-1 couldn't reach the winner. 11 Officer Gamble. At 16-1 odds third. 3 CV Ronin Legacy. 7-1 fourth, and 9 What Now Daddy. 2-1 favorite. Fifth for the Pentafecta. Rock City Kid, Rodney Prescott, Shannon McGovern. Set up a Tacky Kid at second asking at 5-1. Race 6 official. Bear in mind that late scratch on 2 Batesville. There will be a 1 and 2 consolation double. Stand by for doubles 1-8, 1-2 consolation double. Refunds on Batesville the 2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8, Rock City Kid. A 3-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Pataki Kid. Out of the Cowboy Cal mare, Zaphical. Racing 4, South Point Farm LLC of Shannon McGovern and winning rider Rodney Prescott, Mike Bilbrey, Gregory Puent, and Charles Rains. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Rock City Kid out to the maiden ranks at second asking. The 810 exacta paid $39.80. 50-cent trifecta, 810 11 71 40. The 10-cent superfecta, CV Rona Legacy 4th, 810 11 3, $140.73. Pick 3, 818 66 40. Couple of winning double combinations, the 1-8 double, natural double $84.40. 1-2, that's a consolation double, $7 even, late scratch on 2 Batesville refunds. And the 10-cent pentafecta, 8-10, 11-3-9, What Now Daddy ran 5th, completes the grand high 5, returned $909.56. So in the maiden sprint, 2 was a non-runner, Batesville flipped in the gate, refunds on Batesville at 2. Favorite 5th, 10 ran, 111.84. Final thoroughbred one on the card, race 7 back to the turf. 1 of 3 today on the turf course to start off Caesars Week. Course rated good, rail at 24 feet, scratch 8, solar power. 8 solar power has been scratched. Race 7 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3. Another pentafecta featured on the turf. Revised post time, 5:22. We're off and sprinting. Tank Walk was sharply away with Officer Gambo. We're off and sprinting. Tank Walk was sharply away with Officer Gambo on the far outside. Right there is Rock City Kid, and the first-time starter, What Now Daddy, is also prominent. CV Ronan Legacy in the orange cap. So it's Rock City Kid narrowly for Rodney Prescott. What Now Daddy second and close up. CV Ronan Legacy running a third. Tank Walk is fourth. More Gold in fifth. After breaking sharp, Officer Gamble is a wide sixth. The gray is Henri looking to split horses past the half-mile pole. Mackey is next. Then Bigly Huge and Beat for Speed. Buster B is dropped back to last. The quarter 22.48 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. It's Rock City Kid paving the path around the far turn with What Now Daddy second on the outside. CV Ronan Legacy is a handy third. Tank Walk fourth and drawing in. Henri showed speed but has dropped back. Officer Gamble on the far outside. Then More Gold with Mackey, Bigly Huge, and Buster B yet to pick up as these maidens turn for home. Rock City Kid into the stretch. Half mile 45.84 seconds with the rail for Rodney Prescott. Rock City Kid is a furlong away in front here with a 4-length buffer zone. Out CV Ronan Legacy and Tank Walk continues to charge hard. Officer Gamble's fourth. What Now Daddy fifth, and left back, it is Rock City Kid. Rock City Kid finishes on top by 4 from Tank Walk. Officer Gamble third, CV Ronan Legacy fourth, and What Now Daddy finished fifth.
Final thoroughbred race of the day will be on the turf course, and that turf course is going to get some usage this week. 7.5 furlongs the distance. I've always found handicapping 7.5 furlongs to be probably the most challenging distance. Oftentimes you've got sprinters that can stretch out and relish the added ground, and then it's maybe a little bit too short for horses that have become accustomed to a mile and a 16th or a mile and an eighth. I find it to be challenging distance for handicapping, and with difficulty also comes results. And we've seen some consistent payouts today. We kicked off the card with a $9.60 winner. We had a $14.80 winner in the third. Last race $12.20 as well. See if another price does come in, but right now the bettors have keyed in on two horses, the 4 and the 6. Just under $4,000 return in that 50-cent pick 5 to Fantastic Vow. The second one is clearly Humble Warrior. Those two have really been keyed in on by the bettors. I typically like to go a different direction when other people pile on. However, in this case, I do happen to agree. Fantastic Vow looked impressive last time out. Now, I know it was sprinting, and I know it was on the dirt. All 4 victories have come on the dirt. So Aaron West is asking a lot of this gray son of Fantastic to try the turf course today, but I was just visually impressed with Fantastic Vow. Showed good speed, moved up in hand to challenge at the top of the lane, and looked great, finishing up very strongly. Second start off the layoff. I don't think distance will be an issue. Has tactical speed, but does not need the lead by any means. I think Fantastic Vow is just better than some of the others in here. The 4 wins already prove it. Many of the others have not eclipsed 4 wins in their career, and Fantastic Vow, the Indiana bred, for me in the turf debut, is strictly the horse to beat. But the horse to bet could be the turf veteran Humble Warrior in post position number 6. Joe Ramos teaming up with Tony Granitz, who owns and trains Humble Warrior. The 3-time winner from 30 starts does have a tendency to settle for less. 12 second and third place finishes for the 6-year-old by Mohayman, but does love the turf and is proven on the turf, which is something that your favorite Fantastic Vow cannot say. 11 finishes in the trifecta from 18 starts, has tactical speed, doesn't need the lead, has shown the ability to pass runners in the lane or go to the front end and really open up. But one thing that I did notice, Sammy Bermudez had been aboard for a lot of the recent success, and he opted to stick with Fantastic Vow. He likely had an option for both, but Humble Warrior gets Joe Ramos, who's proven to have an affinity for winning on our turf course and does a great job getting a ground-saving trip. We'll see if Humble Warrior can kick off his 2025 6-year-old campaign with a win in here, but he is your proven commodity on the turf. And then maybe the best value of the race could come from Looney. Mike Lauer has 1 winner on the meet so far, came from post position number 7, and it was with booming. Alberto Burgos was aboard as well, the Lauer's own train and bred. Looney, the 5-year-old, who's a 2-time winner and hasn't won on the turf, but only has 3 tries on the turf. And I thought, if you look in between the lines, I mean, this is a horse who faced some tough, salty groups when on the turf course. Now, doesn't get a ton of class relief from a class perspective, but look at that September 9th turf race. Lost by a neck. It required a photo to separate the top 3 runners. Jay's Naughty Boy came back to win our opening race today, and Jailhouse Justice won our 2025 turf opener here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So Looney could be overlooked in this spot. 10-1 currently, projected to go off near 20-1, and that morning line of 30-1. Looney could be a great horse to upset the 2 chosen ones, Humble Warrior and Fantastic Vow, getting all the love. But if everyone's piling on to one bus, you might want to look for another bus. We'll see how it plays out 4 minutes away from the 7th on the turf.
The horses call posted now for the 7th race. Final thoroughbred, 1 on the card. And the last of 3 today on the turf course. Rated good, relative 24 feet. Here's scratch 8, Solar Power. 8, Solar Power has been scratched from the turf. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. 0 on the clock. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. Now they're going in. Javier Padron Barcenas with Indocumentado. Hanalehi, Revs Metal has joined up. Santos Sanjor with Toward the Moon. Now Joe Ramos with Humble Warrior. Humble Warrior up and in. Marcelio Flacco with Air Marshal. 43-1 Air Marshal. Now Fantastic Val comes up 6-5 favorite. Samuel Bermudez for Aaron West. Last out, main track sprint winner Fantastic Val. Now 7-5 to repeat at the meet. Fantastic Val went in okay. Alberto Burgos with Looney, a couple of them back. Joseph Romero with Silent Sonata. At 7.5 furlongs. Course here was rated good to kick off Caesars Week. Portal rail there at 24 feet and one more. Buckle up. Fernando Letta Cruz won the opener. They're in the game. And they're off. Revs Metal was slow to go, drifts back to last. Sharp start for Indocumentado. Right there, Fantastic Vow with this early bid. Air Marshal, Humble Warrior, and on the outside is Looney, and they both angle in and clear of rivals as they make their way into the first turn. 6 furlongs in front of Fantastic Vow, who's made an easy early lead here for Samuel Bermudez. Fantastic Vow carries a 4-length lead to the back. From on the outside, Looney, who's just nudged into second. Humble Warrior with the rail. Indocumentado, Silent Sonata in the maroon cap. It's a break of 4 more to Air Marshal with Revs Metal, who was off a beat slow, and the trailers are Buckle Up and Toward the Moon. The opening quarter, 22.83 seconds. Fantastic Vow takes them to a half mile from home. Fantastic Vow working on a 5-length lead, just inside 4 furlongs to go. From Humble Warrior second with the rail, 3/4 length. Looting is running in third by a length. Silent Sonata fourth on the outside by 3. Indocumentado fifth, a length and a half. Revs Metal 3 lengths away, 2. As they round the far turn, Air Marshal, and then farther back to Buckle Up, who remains second to last, and the back marker still Toward the Moon in ninth. Half mile 46.82 with Samuel Bermudez. Fantastic Val leads for home from Silent Sonata, who now pursues. Looney and Humble Warrior strained away in fourth. Indocumentado, Revs Metal, Air Marshal, farther back to Buckle Up and Toward the Moon yet to pick up. It's Fantastic Vow. 3/4, 1 minute 10.32 seconds, and Fantastic Vow is a 6-length leader past the 16th. Silent Sonata will be second best, and Fantastic Vow with another victory. Silent Sonata was the runner-up. Air Marshal third, then Indocumentado and Humble Warrior. 129.19 after that state-bred turf. 129.19 good. 49316 runs fifth for the Pentafecta. Number 4, Fantastic Vow at Diva Money. Makes every yard a winning one. Number 9, Silent Sonata. 6-1 second. Good effort. No catching. Fantastic Vow. 3, Air Marshal. 22-1 third. Improved effort. The 1, Indocumentado at 31-1 odds, fourth. And 6, Humble Warrior at 3-1 was fifth for the Pentafecta. Repeat meet winner, Fantastic Vow. Dirt Sprint, Turf here today. Sammer Bermudez for Aaron West. Joe Winters now 5-time winner. It was Eva Money on Fantastic Vow. The result of the 7th race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. Repeat meet winner, the 4, Fantastic Vow with Sammy Bermudez. Fantastic Vow, 4-year-old Gray Roan Gelding by Fantastic out of Twin Vows by Broken Vow. The now 5-time winner is trained by Aaron West for breeder and owner Joe Winters. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates this dual meet winner, Dirt and Turf today, Fantastic Vow. $4.9 exacta, $22.40. The 10-cent superfecta, 4931 paid $153.79. 50-cent trifecta, $71.45. Air Marshal ran third in the turf. 8-4 double, $38.40. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Late pick 4, $391.80, 404. Pick 3, $53.95. 10-cent pentafecta, Humble Warrior fifth. $753.86. 50-cent late pick 5, $3,691.05 for the late pick 5. And the turf, 8 was a non-runner, favorite first. 9 faced the starter. 129.19 seconds, course good, and the rail at 24 feet. 4 quarter horse maiden trials. Final 4 at 350 yards all. Fast track, headwind. 8th race, no scratches, no rider changes, overweights. The 1 Blue King Wisconsin, 3 over. 9 Flair for the cash, 4 over. And 10 Love a Halo plus 3 pounds. Exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Double pick 3, post time 5:50. And they're off. Rev's Metal was slow to go, drifts back to last. Sharp start for Indocumentado. Right there, Fantastic Vow with this early bid. Air Marshal, Humble Warrior, and on the outside is Looney, and they both angle in and clear of rivals as they make their way into the first turn. 6 furlongs in front of Fantastic Vow, who's made an easy early lead here for Sammy Bermudez. Fantastic Vow carries a 4-length lead to the back. from on the outside, Looney, who's just nudged into second. Humble Warrior with the rail. Indocumentado, Silent Sonata in the maroon cap. It's a break of 4 more to Air Marshal with Revs Metal, who was off a beat slow, and the trailers are Buckle Up and Toward the Moon. The opening quarter, 22.83 seconds. Fantastic Vow takes them to a half mile from home. Fantastic Vow working on a 5-length lead, just inside 4 furlongs to go. From Humble Warrior second with the rail, 3/4 length. Looting is running in third by a length. Silent Sonata fourth on the outside by 3. Indocumentado fifth, a length and a half. Revs Metal 3 lengths away, 2. As they round the far turn, Air Marshal, and then farther back to Buckle Up, who remains second to last, and the back marker still Toward the Moon in ninth. Half mile 46.82 with Samuel Bermudez. Fantastic Vow leads for home from Silent Sonata, who now pursues. Looney and Humble Warrior strained away in fourth. Indocumentado, Revs Metal, Air Marshal, farther back to Buckle Up and Toward the Moon yet to pick up. It's Fantastic Vow. 3/4, 1 minute 10.32 seconds, and Fantastic Vow is a 6-length leader past the 16th. Silent Sonata will be second best, and Fantastic Vow with another victory. Silent Sonata was the runner-up. Air Marshal third, then Indocumentado and Humble Warrior.
8 minutes to race 8 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got the maiden stakes trials in races 8, 9, 10, and 11. And these finals, I believe, will be ran on Memorial Day, if I remember Tammy's notes correctly. This purse is 12, and these are obviously, with the name, maiden stakes trials. For those of you who don't know, the top fastest times will go to the final here out of the whole group. So it's not just out of each race. It's literally they group together all 4 trials and the horses that are the 10 fastest times. So it's not technically always about the finish. It is very much so about the time, so be sure to watch those. Right now, the 3 is the 8-5 favorite. You Drive, Baby. We're showing now my top selection, a 3-year-old filly. You Drive, I Fly is the sire. Feature Mr. Jess Perry. Sorry, feature Mr. Jess, but yeah, that's some Jess Perry in there. This one ran its 2025 debut on April 22nd and got bumped and really just was forced way in the start. Ended the meet in the Miss Roxy Little, also getting into some trouble 5th by a quarter of a length and got DQ'd 8th, so caused the problem there. But if you look at the times at the distance of 350 yards, which is the case today, has some pretty good times in this group at the distance specifically. And then I'm going to go to the 5, Louisiana in Love. Louisiana in Love is sitting on the board right now at 5-1. And just talked to her owners. They really like her. She's a 3-year-old filly by the Louisiana Cartel, owned by Keith Bodie in Quarter Horse Shot Stables. That's George, who I was just talking to. He was admittedly very excited that I did not pick him on top, as usually I'm a jinx. But look at that 2025 debut and a maiden at 250. Now that's doesn't seem like a lot, 250 to 350. Quarter horses, it is quite a bit. This horse was second by half a length there. Just ran second throughout the race. But then if you look back last year, the 2024 starts, poor girl, man, she got brushed and moved. She was in tight, didn't have anywhere to go. She was bumped at the start. Then she bobbled and made up for it in that September 24th start. I know they're hoping to get back to that, because not only was that a really nice clear run for her, she was 350 yards, which is today's distance. And then the 6, I threw in the 6. I'm not even going to lie to you guys, just because of Natasha. 3-year-old filly, he's relentless. It's really nice breeding, but what I like is Natasha flies under the radar sometimes. People discount her horses if they haven't done much, but it was 6th by 2.5 lengths, which is a lot in quarter horse racing, but had a good start. I like horses where you see good start, or you watch the replay and they get out quickly, which has been the case for her in 2 of her 3. She was at Prairie Meadows, which is a little bit tougher. Now, she's never ran 350. She's adding 50 yards from her last race, but she looked really good doing it last time, and I think she just needs a nice, clean trip and to get out quickly. Her times, however, are pretty good, but she hasn't ran at 350, so I don't really have much to compare it to. But I just have a feeling that Natasha's going to run. If not here, put a couple bucks on Natasha in these trials. She always shows up and she shows out. 3, 5, 6 for me in the first of our 4 maiden stakes trials, races 8, 9, 10, and 11. You Drive Baby, LD Martinez aboard for Tony Cunningham, who's had a lot of success in quarter horse racing and thoroughbred racing, is going to try to take this trial here with You Drive Baby, my top selection. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race, the first of 4. Quarter horse maiden stakes trials at 350 yards. Fast track headwind. Here all 10 run. 1 Blue King Wisconsin 3 over. 9 Flair for the Cash 4 over. 10 Love a Halo 3 over. Note the 7 favorite Sandbaggin. Blinkers last time out. Blinkers today for 7 favorite Sandbaggin. That's a program correction. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta double pick 3. Not much time left. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading for the first trial. Danny Martinez with You Drive Baby uses the flipping halter. So too favorite Sandbaggin. Blinkers last time out. Blinkers here in the first trial for favorite Sandbaggin. Blue King Wisconsin has the rail draw. JD Valiant Luna coming up. She is innocent. Coltrane SM. A Attempting went in well. Flare for the cash. Couple them back. Louisiana in love. One more. Love a Halo. Fast track. It's the first of 4 quarter horse maiden stakes trials at 350 yards all in. Favorite Sandbaggin'. Fractious there. Favorite Sandbaggin' uses a flipping halter. Was blinkered last time out and here today. Favorite Sandbaggin' okayed by the track veterinarian to reload and run. Others standing well at this point. Favorite Sandbaggin' back into the gate, uses a flipping halter. Starter back to his spot. First maiden stakes trial, all in. And they're off. Nearest the inside, Blue King, Wisconsin. JD Valiant Luna pursues past the 220. You Drive Baby, a charge from attempting. Here comes Louisiana in love, and on the outside, Coltrane to SM. Stand side, Flare for the cash. It's attempting with Louisiana in love. Surges Louisiana in love in a blanket photo finish. It's a photo. Louisiana love attempting You Drive Baby. Then Coltrane SM was next with favorite Sandbaggin', and Flare for the cash finished near the stand side rail. Blanket photo finish in the first of our 4 trials for the maiden stakes. Photo finish. Four, 5, 3, 8, 7 for attempting. 7-2 first, nose over 5. Louisiana in love just missed. 3 You Drive Baby third. The 8 Coltrane SM fourth, and 7 favorite Sandbaggin' fifth. 4, 5, 3, 8, 7. 18.250 seconds after the first of 4 trials for the maiden stakes. Top 10 fastest times go through to the finals. It's official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 4 attempting with Juan Marquez. Attempting is a 4-year-old sorrel mare by Tempting Dash out of Jennifer Kate by Vital Sign. Bred in Texas, owned and trained by Ezekiel Rodriguez, takes out the first trial of 4 for the maiden stakes, clocked 18.250, fast headwind. Again, the top 10 fastest times go through to the finals for the maiden stakes. Race 8 official. 4-5 exacta. A nose between them be $27.60. Pick 3, $40.90. 10-cent Pentafecta, $483.65. Favorite Sandbag ran 5th. The 50-cent Trifecta, 453, $24.90. 4-4 double, $13.20. And the 10-cent Superfecta paid $132.58. Coltrane SM ran 4th. Favorite Sandbag 5th for the Pentafecta, 18.250. Race 9 of 11 carded, scheduled 15 minutes away. No scratches. Number 6, Neo de Oro, Jose Ruiz. Ride 6, Nio de Oro. Overweights, the 4, Authentic, 3 over. 7, Felton plus 2. 8, KLT, High Dollar Honey, 3 over. And 9, Celtic Cartel, 5 over. No scratches. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Pentafecta, double final pick 3 featured. Post time 6:17. Congratulations to today's contest winner, Anthony Gagel, in today's Dooley's Legends contest, picking up the $100 top handicapping prize. Congratulations to Anthony Gagel. And they're off. Nearest the inside, Blue King, Wisconsin. JD Valiant Luna pursues past the 220. You Drive Baby, a charge from Attempting. Here comes Louisiana in Love, and on the outside, Coltrane SM, stand side, Flair for the Cash. It's Attempting with Louisiana in Love. Surges Louisiana in Love in a blanket photo finish. It's a photo. Louisiana. And they're off. Nearest the inside, Blue King, Wisconsin. JD Valiant Luna pursues past the 220. You Drive Baby, a charge from Attempting. Here comes Louisiana in Love, and on the outside, Coltrane SM, stand side, Flair for the Cash. It's Attempting with Louisiana in Love. Surges Louisiana in Love in a blanket photo finish. It's a photo. Louisiana Love.
well, we have 3 more trials to go to determine the 10 fastest qualifiers for the Maiden Classic Stakes. These are 350-yard heats. And in all fairness, it may not be the first or second horse in all 4 heats to be able to qualify. Sometimes there's a very clean race and all the horses run fast, and you might see 4 or 5 horses coming from one trial. At the end, it's just the 10 fastest clockings. And what you're looking for is a horse, well, here, I don't know exactly. I'll just give you a point of reference, and that's that our 350-yard track record was set by Beach Blast, 17.27 seconds back in 2022. I don't think you're going to see anything quite this fast, but look for horses that might be timed at 17.9. Anything less than 18 seconds probably get them in a pretty good position to come back on our all-quarter horse day, May 31st. All right, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few horses in this particular trial. I'm going to begin with number 9, Celtic Cartel. This is the high earner in the field. Hit the board 6 of 9 starts, and I like the far outside post for Tim Eggleston, the Tim Eggleston trainee. It's a gelding by Corona Cartel out of an apolitical Jess mare. Very good pedigree on both sides, obviously. Was bred by AQHA champion breeder Bobby Cox. When we talk about outside of Indiana, I always like Bobby in Texas, and I like Steve Burns in California. They're nationally prominent breeders, and they've been acknowledged by AQHA on several times. All right, this horse sold for $79,000 at the Heritage Plays winter sale. 2 races under his belt this year. Rolando Pena will have the call. Pretty good speed indexes for each of the races, so even though it's going to be a favorite, I can't take him out of my top picks. All right, let's move on next to number 3, Delightful D. Owned and trained by Tony Cunningham. He won the last 2 titles here, quarter horse titles here at Horseshoe Indy. This is a filly by Uncle D and completed the exacta in the Governor Stake Juvenile here last year, October exactly. She was kind of really improving toward the end of her 2-year-old season and has already made a start earlier this year, bumped but rallied at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. That took place on March 24th. Danny Martinez has the call. And then I've got one more horse we're going to talk about, and that's number 5, Eos Bit Chin Baby. Boy, that name is tough. Another runner for consideration. Impressed me here. Now, this horse made a first start here when our second week of the meet, I believe it was April 23rd. She's a filly by Flying Cowboy 123, who is really, really producing some unbelievable winners. And just had 1 race last year at Remington Park. So I don't think anybody really expected too much first start of the year, but I'll tell you what, that horse was flying from the outside under rider Diego Bocanegra. And even though she didn't win, this filly didn't win, I remember marking her down saying, next time she runs, look out. So that's number 5, Eos Bit Chin Baby. Okay, so my top 3 selections for this heat, 9, 3, 5. I do have 2 possible horses to consider for your pentafecta if you want to play our 10-cent pentafecta. That would be number 10, Felton, and number 2, Jazzy's Encore. Good luck to everybody, and I'll be back to preview the next trial shortly.
Stepping onto the track here for the 9th race. The second of our 4 maiden stakes trials over the 350. A field of 9, no scratches. 6 Nayo de Oro, Jose Ruiz rides the 6 Nayo de Oro. Overweights, the 4 Authentic 3 over. 7 Felton plus 2 pounds. 8 KLT High Dollar Honey 3 over. 9 Celtic Cartel 5 extra pounds. For your information, we do have a late scratch to announce in race 10. The third of our 4 maiden stakes trials. In the 10th race, number 7 HF. My Fabulous Boy has now been scratched. That's in the 10th race, third maiden stakes trial. 10th race, scratch the 7 HF, My Fabulous Boy. Here exacta, trifecta, superfecta, penta, double, and the final pick 3 of the day featured. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. They're going in. Delightful D. Eos Bit Chin Babe. Looks like Mom up and in. Jose Ruiz with Neo de Oro. Jazzy's Encore joins. Felton. Eos Bit Chin Babe getting fidgety. So Felton went in okay. Authentic. KLT High Dollar Honey at 350 yards. One more. Rolando Pena with Celtic Cartel. Fast Track Headwind. The first maiden stakes trial went in 18.250 seconds. They're in the game. And they're off. Neo de Oro broke inward, some crowding there. Eos Bitch and Babe got the brunt of it. Also, Authentic drop back. It's Delightful D down toward the final 110 yards. Delightful D toward the inside, Jazzy's Encore. Neo de Oro, and on the outside, Celtic Cartel. It's Celtic Cartel to win it from Neo de Oro. Delightful D third, and Jazzy's Encore finished fourth. Photos, inquiry, hold all. Unofficial. Inquiry still posted into the running of the second maiden stakes trial. Unofficial 96327 9 Celtic Cartel first. The 6 Neo de Oro second. Number 3 Delightful D third. 2 Jazzy's Encore fourth. 7 Felton fifth. 17.983 Celtic Cartel. On to the finals for the maiden stakes, posting 17.983. Good time, 96327 ran fifth. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 9, Celtic Cartel, with Rolando Pena. Celtic Cartel is a 3-year-old, big yelling by Corona Cartel, and a Celtic emblem by Apolitical Jess. This Texas bred is trained by Tim Eggleston for Big B Racing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates this trial winner. Celtic Cartel clocked 17.93 seconds after an inquiry. No changes made. Official. 17.983. 9.6 exacta, $42.40. The 50-cent trifecta, 963, $30.50. 4-9 double and even $25 after the first two maiden stakes trials. The pick 3 on races 7, 8 to 9 paid $14 and change. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, $283.89. Felton ran 5th. Jazzy's Encore 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 9632, returned $57.95. All 9 ran 17.983. Race 10 next. Third of 4 maiden stakes trials. Scratch the 7 HF My Fabulous Boy, late scratch. Scratch 7 HF My Fabulous Boy. 8 JB Corona Mi Perry was scratched earlier in the day. Also take out the 8 JB Corona Mi Perry. No rider changes. Overweights, the 3 KLT Furs Flying 5 over. For Ansley's Joyride 7 over. Number 5 CC Real Fast, a pound over. And the 6-6s Fly-In Bayou 3 over. 7 and 8 have been scratched. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, and starts at a late double. Scheduled at 6:43. They're in the game. And they're off. Neo de Oro broke inward, some crowding there. Eos Bitch and Babe got the brunt of it. Also, Authentic drop back. It's Delightful D down toward the final 110 yards. Delightful D toward the inside. Jazzy's Encore. Neo de Oro, and on the outside, Celtic Cartel. It's Celtic Cartel to win it from Neo de Oro. Delightful D third, and Jazzy's. They're in the game.
trials for the Maiden Classic Stakes are in the books, and we have 2 more to go. And remember, it's just the 10 fastest qualifiers, 350 yards, that will advance to the final, which is going to be taking place here on May 31st, Saturday, May 31st, our first all-quarter horse day. All right, well, we'll go to the paddock and take a look at a few of the horses. We do have a scratch in this particular heat, and that's number 8, JB Corona Me Perry. So let's go and take a look at a couple of the horses that I think merit consideration. And we'll begin with number 9, Grand Fire GL. You just have to forgive the start of the last race for this son of Highest Fire. What happened was he just shied from the rail and just completely became unglued and finished last. And that's a little bit of a puzzler because he's had a good record at 350 yards. He's trained by Guadalupe Aravalo, who's 60% in the money with his horses, and will be ridden return call for Fernando Morin, who has an even better percentage, 75% in the money. This is a solid trainer-jockey duo. The fact that the horse is going to move to the outside post after that rail fiasco bodes well for his chances. All right, well, speaking of the rail, that's my second choice, and that's number 1. Mercy, I'm Hot. Just run twice for leading trainer Tim Eggleston. And unfortunately didn't really live up to expectations in that. Really good works in February, a series of good works. So I think that they were expecting better for this filly by Chilitos. That's a graded stakes winning stallion that won several races in Texas. I'm pretty familiar with Chilitos, and now producing some good horses. So she had, this filly had some trouble in her last race. She finished 4th, but the stewards didn't quite agree, so she was disqualified and placed last. That happens with young horses, and sometimes the fillies, I shouldn't really go into too much detail on this, but sometimes they just take longer to get the hang of things than the boys. I've been told that by several horsemen. So we'll see how the Chilitos babies do. I remember Apolitical Blood, nightmare. The fillies, nightmare in the first few starts, and then they got really good. Anyway, so Mercy I'm Hot has a lot of potential, and we'll just have to see if she runs a little straighter than she did in her first 2 starts. Okay, we got one more to preview. It's a horse I think it's got quite a bit of potential, and that's number 5, CC Rel Fast. This is a 4-year-old mare by Majestic Cartel, owned and bred by Craig Colthorpe, making her 8th lifetime start. And made 2 starts earlier this year. So obviously 4 years old, she's had some experience, a little more maturity. We don't want to disregard her, especially because she's trained by Jesse Vasquez and will be ridden by Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, that's her husband, and he rode her in both starts at the Red Mile, the Red Mile in Kentucky, the track that precedes ours. So he knows her, and Jesse's having a good percentage and a real thrill a few weeks ago when she trained her first thoroughbred winner. That was kind of exciting. All right, so my top 3, 915. But if you do want to play the quarter horse Pentafecta, and the payouts have been huge, if you're looking for a couple of other horses or long shots, I would recommend number 7, HF, My Fabulous Boy, and maybe a real long shot, number 2, Bougie Blood. So good luck to all in this, and we'll be back to preview our final trial in just a few minutes.
Stepping onto the track now for the 10th race. Third of 4 maiden stakes trials over the 350. Scratch the 7 HF My Fabulous Boy was a late scratch, and take out 8 JB Corona Me Perry. Scratch the 7 and number 8. No rider changes, reported overweights. 3 KLT First Fly-In 5 over. 4 Ansley's Joyride 7 over. 5 CC Railfast a pound over. Number 6 Sixes Fly-In Bayou 3 extra pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Pentafecta. Start of the quarter horse late double. Nearing post time. Celtic Cartel taking out the second trial for the maiden stakes in 17.983 seconds. 17.983, the time to beat. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. KLT First Flying uses a flipping halter. Ansley's Joyride. CC Railfast. KLT First Flying. Fractious in the starting gate. KLT's First Flying has settled down. CC Railfast has joined Ansley's Joyride, and KLT First Flying settled now. Leading up Grand Fire GL to that outside gate. Mercy, I'm Hot. Grandfire GL, even money favorite. Mercy, I'm Hot has the rail draw. KLT Furs flying, getting real fidgety. Ready to get on with it. KLT Furs flying. Bougie Blood coming up to two back. There's Bougie Blood, so stand by. 350 yards, one more. Francisco Quintero with sixes flying by you. Celtic Cartel clock 17.93 after trial two. They're in the game. They're off. Ansley's Joyride stumbled toward the inside. Mercy, I'm Hot dashes away past the 220 with Bougie Blood on the outside. Here comes sixes flying by you, and Grandfire GL is looking to get into this late. It is Mercy, I'm Hot with Bougie Blood, and Mercy, I'm Hot narrowly. Mercy, I'm Hot with Bougie Blood. Sixes flying by you, and Grandfire GL were next across. Photo finish. We're standing by for the result of the win photograph. Here's the verdict. 1-2-6-9-4-1. Mercy, I'm Hot. 2-1 first. 2. Bougie Blood, just missed. 6 sixes flying by you third. 9 Grandfire GL fourth. And 4 Ansley's Joyride fifth for the Pentafecta after the third maiden stakes trial. Stand by for the final time for the 350. 17.983 was the top. We're standing by for the final time. It's 18.075 seconds for Mercy, I'm Hot, clocked 18.075. Official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 1, Mercy, I'm Hot, with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Mercy, I'm Hot is a 3-year-old brown filly by Cholitos. Out of the Mr. Eye Opener mare, Mercy Mia, bred in Oklahoma. Tim Eggleston trains for Patty Marshall and Kendra Tubert. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates our third Maiden Stakes trial winner, Mercy I'm Hot. 1-2 Exacta, $28.20. 50-cent trifecta, 1-2-6, $34.55. 9-1 double paid $24.80. The trial pick 3. After 3 of 4 Maiden Stakes trials, pick 3 paid $13.95. Grand Fire GL 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 1-2-6-9, $17.24. With Ansley's Joyride 5th, the 10-cent pentafecta paid $178.12. One more. 14 minutes away, race 11, last on the docket. Scratch 7, Hoosier Eye Candy, and 8, Jessa Candymaker. Scratch 7 and 8. No rider changes. Overweights, 2 Zooming Friday 5 over. 3 Fabulous Diva plus 2 pounds. And 6 La Spirit Moves Me, 3 pounds over the program weight listed. Exacta trifecta superfecta, and one more quarter horse pentafecta. To close out the card, post time 7:07. They're off. Ansley's Joyride stumbled toward the inside. Mercy I'm Hot dashes away past the 220 with Boujou Blood on the outside. Here comes 6's Flying Bayou, and Grand Fire GL is looking to get into this late. It is Mercy I'm Hot with Bougie Blood, and Mercy I'm Hot narrowly. Mercy I'm Hot with Bougie Blood. 6's Flying Bayou. They're off.
Well, we are just moments away from the final race of the Monday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It'll be the fourth of 4 trials for the Maiden Classic Stakes. And you've got to believe that trainers, owners, breeders are pins and needles waiting to see if their horse in this final race is going to be able to, come back for the final on May 31st. Trials are a little bit, they're exciting for us as fans. They're unnerving for the connections because sometimes it can be 100th of a second that separates the horse that finishes 10th and gets to go to the final and the horse that finishes 11th. So we'll hope for a good effort from everybody in this race. Okay, we do have scratches of 2. The 7 and the 8 are both out. So we'll have an abbreviated or maybe a compact field for this final heat. And I'll begin with number 6, and that's La Spirit, or LA Spirit, however you want to call it, Moves Me, who ran well in her 2025 season opener for trainer Jessie Vasquez. We talked about Jessie and her husband Giovanni Vasquez in the last preview, and not a tough task to talk about them again with this horse. She's a well-bred filly. She's sired by Apolitical Spirit, kicked off her season here on April 15th. That was opening day, and she broke well, finished 3rd. That was a 250-yard maiden. I personally think she will love the added distance. 250 is pretty tough, but at least it was a good tune-up for her to come into this trial. Bullet work on March 25th, so it looks like she was training well. And, obviously the husband and wife duo, they get along at home and on the track. I hand it to them for several reasons. Oh boy, crazy Martha. Okay, so we'll go on to our second choice, and that's number 4, Mr. Birdman, a gelding by One Famous Eagle. Comes off a layoff for the Tony Cunningham barn because has not raced since 2024 when he was in the barn of one of the most respected conditioners out there at Los Alamitos, and that's Chris Odell. He's a really good horseman. So obviously Tony is no stranger to bringing horses off the layoff and also acclimating them to the life at Horseshoe Indy. I don't know, I wouldn't hold it against him. I think this is an interesting horse to watch. And then we'll round out our top 3 with number 3, Fabulous Diva, a 5-year-old mare who is trained by Karen Yike. We don't see her with buku of horses, but she really does. She and her husband Butch do a great job with the horses in their barn. A new rider up on this mare, and that will be Antonio Rodriguez. But they all have a chance, and like I say, a little shorter field with the scratches of the 7 and 8. So 6, 4, 3 for me in our final trial. Obviously, we'll make sure that you understand who's coming back on May 31st. But until then, we got lots going on this week at Horseshoe Indy. We've got racing tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Big day for the thoroughbreds on Wednesday, obviously, and a nice day for us to end out our race week because we'll have 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. So trial season, here we come. Hope you enjoy them, and thanks for spending your Monday with us at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
with time ticking to post, stepping onto the track for the 11th and final. This fourth trial for the maiden stakes over the 350 yards. Scratch 7, Hoosier Eye Candy, and 8, Jessica Candy Maker. Scratch 7 and 8. No rider changes. Again, overweights reported. 2, Zooming Friday, 5 over. 3, Fabulous Diva plus 2 pounds. And 6, Lost Spirit Moves Me, 3 extra pounds. 7 and 8 are the non-runners. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. Fabulous Diva first in. Here's Mr. Birdman coming up. 6-5 final favorite. Mr. Birdman uses a flipping halter next to Fabulous Diva. Corona coming through. Lost Spirit Moves Me. First time starter, Torero 2. As the rail draw, Torero 2 went in okay. Just a couple of them back. Zooming Friday. Mr. Birdman, even money. Here's Zooming Friday. Zooming Friday here in the last on Monday, and one more. Fernando Morin with Buried. Final trial for the maiden stakes. Tuesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Here's Buried. It's the last all in. Off of the Monday finale. Lost Spirit Moves Me. Buried broke outward toward the inside. Fabulous Diva. Mr. Birdman between horses. Dropping back was nearest the inside, Zooming Friday with Torero 2. Well inside the final 220. It's La Spirit Moves Me with Mr. Birdman. Mr. Birdman toward the inside. It's Mr. Birdman sprouting his wings. Mr. Birdman over La Spirit Moves Me. Torero 2 getting into the trifecta. Fabulous Diva, Corona coming through. Buried and Zooming Friday in the final trial for the Maiden Stakes. Photo. Four, 6, 1, 3, 5. Stand by for the final time for the 350. $17.983 for Celtic Cartel, the time to beat. 17.983 the top time. Stand by for the final after trial 4 and race 11. 4, Mr. Birdman. 3 to 5. Final favorite takes it out over 6, La Spirit Moves Me. 1, Torero 2, third, and a good maiden voyage. 3, Fabulous Diva, fourth, and 5, Corona coming through fifth for the Pentafecta. Time up 18.278 for the final trial for the Maiden Stakes. $18.278, the slowest among the 4 trial winners, but it's Mr. Birdman at 3 to 5. We're standing by for the official after race 11, final trial for the Maiden Stakes. 4 trials, the winners' times were 18.250. Celtic Cartel clocked the top time, 17.983. Mercy I'm Hot, 18.075. And here's Mr. Birdman, clocking 18.278 fast. Official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, it's the 4, Mr. Birdman, taking flight with Danny Martinez. Mr. Birdman is a 3-year-old big gelding by One Famous Eagle, out of Ms. Southern Dynasty by FDD Dynasty. This Oklahoma bred is conditioned by Tony Cunningham for owner Alan Alaman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates this Maiden Stakes trial winner, Mr. Birdman, clocked 18.278 seconds. Final results in the 4-6 exacta, $10.80, 50-cent trifecta, 4-6-1, $34.40. 1-4 double, $18.20, 10-cent superfecta, $16.86. Fabulous Diva ran fourth in the final Maiden Stakes trial. 50-cent trials, pick 3, $10.50. And the 10-cent pentafecta, 4-6-1-3-5, returned $39.21 for the quarter horse Grand High 5. Corona coming through, ran fifth. 18.278. That concludes our live racing program with that final trial for the Maiden Stakes. Thanks to all that joined us here on track. Cheers to all who tuned in. Tuesday of Caesars Week. Post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Big day this week. Midweek card for Caesars Day, featuring the running of the Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Caesars. That's on Wednesday. We close out the week on Thursday, like tomorrow at 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure for the broadcast booth to start off Caesars Week. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Monday finale, Lost Spirit Moves Me. Berry broke outward toward the inside. Fabulous Diva. Mr. Birdman between horses. Dropping back was nearest the inside. Zooming Friday with Torero 2. Well inside the final 220. It's La Spirit Moves Me with Mr. Birdman. Mr. Birdman toward the inside. It's Mr. Birdman sprouting his wings. Mr. Birdman over the Spirit Moves Me. Torero 2 getting into the triangle.